Muito bom dia.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the annual conference of Infarmed 2024. I'm Marta Atalaya, and it's a great pleasure to be your host here at this wonderful venue, the Cultural Centre of Belém. Yesterday, we had a satellite symposium of the annual conference devoted to the new health technology assessment system, and we'll watch a short video on that.
Caros participantes, muito obrigado pela vossa presença.
And that was yesterday afternoon, and today will also be a very fruitful day. Infarmed, as part of its DNA, debating essential issues. And today we are focusing on the future, the innovative future of medicinal products and health technology, always at the service of citizens. We know that there are challenges brought about by digitalization and AI, requiring reflection on the new regulatory strategy. That is why we'll be debating guidelines and contexts that influence not just the approval of medicinal products, but also health technology. We have here illustrious guests, be it from the national context, but also international guests. We also have representatives of associations, be it professionals associations and also patients associations. We will have several presentations throughout the day, as well as debates, and I would like to thank all of those who will be presenting and addressing the audience. Without further ado, I will now give the floor to Rui Santos, the chairman of Infarmed. Please, a round of applause. And his intervention will certainly be enriching, given his experience and vision. Welcome. Thank you, Marta, for your introductions. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the annual conference of Infarmed, the 2024 edition. The health minister is unable to join us here physically, but she will join us through other means. I would like to start by thanking the several guests that we have here. I would like to greet Mr. Mota Felipe from the Pharmacists Association. Also Mr. João Almeida Lopes. Helena Farinha representing the NHS, the Deputy Director of the Customs and Tax Authority, Mr. Vitor Ramos, Mr. Silvia, former chairman of Infarmed, also honors us with his presence. Ms. Graça Queiroz was also a member of the board of Infarmed, is also here. Ms. Ana Valente, Executive Director of Epogen, is also here, the Portuguese Association of Generic and Biosimilar Medicines. Mr. Lopes Martins. So we have many illustrious figures present here today, and also representatives of the Competitiveness Forum. I greet you all. I greet all representatives of the sector, of the health system, and please forgive me if I forgot some name. So, dear guests, dear participants, it is a great pleasure to welcome you to this annual conference of Infarmed. This year devoted to the topic Innovative Future of Medicinal Products and Health Technology, Regulatory Strategies, Digitization and Integration. So regulatory authorities have the responsibility of promoting the development of scientific knowledge and regulatory knowledge. So a legal and moral obligation to also be open to civil society and to be a platform for dialogue and co-construction with all stakeholders. Organizing an annual conference as a way to share and debate challenges is a symbol of this commitment towards the pharmaceutical sector and civil society in general. A commitment that we take on and is completely aligned with the value and missions of Infarmed. And our strategic plan reflects precisely that in its fourth pillar, which is precisely society. And for these reasons, and because it is our duty to bring together renowned experts, I would like to thank all of the speakers, all the participants for their availability and their commitment to our event. And with our authorization, I thank you all for being here, but allow me a special thanks to those who traveled from abroad to be here with us. Professor Karl Broik, who was supposed to be here with us, unfortunately he is unable to attend. He is the chairman of the Federal Institute of Medicinal Products and Medical Devices from Germany, but he will be online. I would also like to thank Michael Burnton from the European Medicines Agency. We also have Irma Torki from the Medicine Agency from the Netherlands, and we will have several other speakers throughout the online. We'll also have Ricardo Batista Leite, and then several other guests who will be with us face to face. So to everyone, and representatives of patients' associations, health care professionals, who certainly enrich our debate. Also, special thanks to all the colleagues from Infarmed, and on behalf of the board, I would like to thank you for your effort and dedication to make our institutions a renowned supervisory authority, not just in Portugal, but beyond borders. And so we will have momentarily the health minister addressing us, and in the closing session we'll have the Secretary of State for Health. A few more words before we proceed. In an accelerated era of constant change, scientific advancements and technological advancements, challenges in terms of regulation and assessment, as well as access to health technologies. To respond to current and future challenges, we need robust strategies and new approaches. In this conference, we will try to debate essentially 3 topics, focusing on the future. So regulatory strategies. Regulation should facilitate scientific and technical, social, economic development. And so how can we create a regulatory framework that is more efficient, that is agile, and can keep up with innovation without compromising safety and efficacy? Those are issues that will certainly be debated here. The challenge it is to integrate flexibility, but still being strict, and so fostering a regulatory framework that can stimulate scientific development. The 2 other aspects have to do with digitization and integration, because all of this needs to be integrated. So we see a transformation in how we research, develop, and regulate medicinal products and health technology, AI, and advanced analytics, and remote monitoring of illnesses. So we need clinical data, safety data to improve transparency in the regulatory process. But of course that many questions arise. How can we take advantage of digitization to support our activities? The future of health requires an integrated system where medicinal products and devices are more integrated and interconnected. And this will only be possible with the collaboration of all sectors, public, private, and social, and also with collaboration between all stakeholders in countries, be it within the EU, but also beyond that. And we will explore these aspects this afternoon. So in this transformation context, Infarmed takes on a role of a strategic stakeholder, not just as a regulator, but as fostering innovation. So we are asked to be closer to the sectors that we regulate and to be a factor for development for those sectors. So it is essential to create the best conditions for national authorities, and we have debated this at European level, so that we can keep up with the intense developments that we have. And so we consider essential first to acknowledge that human capital is the greatest asset of our institution. We need to have a consistent agenda to foster continuous learning within our institution, innovation and research. We need to define a clear strategy for the digital transformation of our activities in line with the European regulatory system and the priorities that were defined by the government within the scope of the digital transition. We also need to have collaboration with the scientific and academic world. And so our strategic plan for 24-26 defined our path and our missions. We are committed to the modernization of our institution and our work models, as well as the adoption of new technologies. We are committed and ready we also need to be provided with the proper conditions to have a renewed institution that can swiftly respond to these new realities, be it in terms of technology and technological and scientific advancements, always being very strict in protecting public health. So I invite you all to actively participate, to contribute to turning this event into a milestone for medicinal products and health technology. Once again, I thank you all for being here, and I am sure that this conference will be a great place to exchange ideas and to define the innovative future of medicinal products and health technology. Thank you so much for being here, and I wish you a very fruitful and inspiring conference. Thank you.
Muito obrigada por. Thank you very much for this message and for this initiative, for the dedication to this cause, and for the commitment, for your commitment. So technology is changing several sectors, mainly healthy, and but brings as well many challenges. And our keynote speaker will talk about that. He's not here with us, but he's in Berlin, in Germany. He is Karl Breuer, and he is the president of the Federal Institute of Medicine and Medical Devices.
Karl, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you very well. So thank you very much for inviting me, and it's a great pleasure for me that I can follow at least from remote to your annual meeting. Due to the difficult situation here in Germany, I was bound by our government to stay here. But again, it's a great pleasure to present today our view at the BfArM on digital perspectives for a regulatory agency. In the next slide, you can see what I would like to discuss with you today. First of all, I would like to mention that BfArM and the Paul Ehrlich Institute are big partners for all the European developments. So I think here the European Health Data Space and the digitalization aspects we are doing in the HMA network and with the European Medicines Agency are key to our work every day. So what I would like to share with you today is some specialties we are fostering here at the BfArM in Germany. And the first thing is that we have a fast-track procedure for digital health application. That means medical apps which can be prescribed and reimbursed by doctors. The second part is then on our health data lab and what we are doing in artificial intelligence here at the BfArM. So if you can see the next slide and the next, please. This procedure was started then within a short time frame. So we started 2019 with a roadshow, what are digital health applications, then there was a legal act. And in October 2020, we did have the first then digital health application, which could be prescribed by doctors and psychologists and reimbursed by statutory health insurance companies. In the next slide, so what is a digital health application here in Germany? And there are some requirements. So it must be a CE-labeled medical product. There was a start, it was a low risk class for medical devices 1 or 2A, and from next year on we can add risk class 2B as well. The digitalization functions must be the main topic of these app, and positive care effect must be established. The DiGA can then be used by a patient or jointly by healthcare providers and the patient together. And important is what is not a digital health application in that sense. So next, please. Then you see that it's not an application for primary prevention. That wouldn't be in DIGA, and it is not a telemedical approach or equipment from a medical practice used in everyday practice. So in the next slide, you see what has to be shown. Important is data protection and data security as a first part. It should be safe and suitable and easy to use. Quality, so evidence must be shown by the positive healthcare effect. And what we have foreseen from the beginning, there should be full interoperability to the electronic patient record, which is coming into place in Germany from January next year. The next slide summarizes what has to be shown as a positive healthcare effect, and two options are possible. Option one is a direct medical benefit. That means improvement of the state of health or a reduction of the duration of disease as examples. But the second part could be that there is a patient-relevant improvement of structure and processes in daily living. So is there better adherence to care? Is there more patient safety? Is there more patient autonomy? These are the two possibilities. What I can tell you directly, most digital applications went for number one, the medical benefit, because the methodology was there from medicinal products, and most of them have been shown in randomized controlled trials. So if you move on to the next slide, we have two parts. So it was a fast track, so there was not so much time for BfArM colleagues to assess these applications. And there is a possibility like a provisional listing on our website when there is some evidence, but there is no full picture. And I think for colleagues, it might be a little bit comparable like a conditional approval. The second possibility was a permanent listing if there is a full picture with studies completed and a good evidence of efficacy. So the next slide, this is then compared these two ways. So application can come to the BfArM, then we have 3 months to assess these digital health application, make a decision, is it possible to leave it on our website permanently, or then as a condition for 1 year, or reject it from the beginning because there was no evidence. And if it is listed on our website, then this is the structure then that it can be prescribed by physicians and psychologists, and it will be reimbursed by the statutory health insurance companies. And in the first year, pricing is free for the applicant, and after 1 year, then there is a price relationship with the health insurance companies. So this was the first track with digital health applications worldwide, and that such an application could be reimbursed and prescribed to patients. And now several European countries are following this model and are trying to implement it, for instance, in France or Austria. If you move on to the next slide, and further on some statistics. So we got 216 applications in total, 46 for permanent listing and 170 for provisional listing. And the next slide, you see that we have now on our website listing 54 digital health applications which can reimbursed. You see on the right side that 112 digital health applications have been withdrawn. 24 got a negative decision, and reasons for withdrawal have been no evidence, methodological issues. something like that. The next slide shows you then the indications we are seeing most often, and you see here digital health applications for psychiatric indications are a little bit predominant because it is so easy to translate then cognitive behavioral therapy into such medical health applications, and this is very well accepted by the patients and by psychiatrists and psychologist. But we see also digital applications in cancer to monitor better quality of life, better health care with regard to cancer patients, or in chronic diseases like diabetes or heart disease. The next slide summarizes the evidence which is generated by applicants, and you see 85% presented as randomized controlled trial data together with data from the literature, and so evidence was shown very similar to established medicinal products as we do every day in our practice. The next slide shows, so in summary, there is a continuously high interest of manufacturers and applicants for further DigiFast track, and this is a growing market here in Germany. So more than 400,000 digital health applications have been prescribed and reimbursed. Indeed, it is a learning system with continuous exchange and with all the relevant stakeholders, and you find a lot of information if you are interested in this on our website in English as well. So then I would move to the second topic. Next, please. And that means then what are we doing in secondary data research? And as you all know, from your own countries, data are scattered very often in silos. They are not comparable. The application processes are not transparent. Access is complicated. Data lack of representativeness, and data and access should be future-proof, which often is not the case. And so that was then the aim to improve this situation in the next slide. That was key to us. How can we, as a central goal, improve the situation here in Germany to use this data? And the next slide shows which data are in the health data lab and for what she should use. It's strongly regulated by law here in Germany. It allows health services research for researchers, but also for pharmaceutical industry. Other approaches are prohibited. For instance, prevention from being misused, and we can punish people, for example, if somebody is attempting to identify people here. So data security, data safety, again, are big topics here in Germany, particularly. And in the next slide, you see how we use data. They are coming from everywhere, and they are in many storages. And here we see then primary data are coming from health applications, from hospitals, from private or outpatient then practices. And this has to be structured then in the next slide. This is exactly now where the health data lab comes in. So, for example, we have the billing data of all patients with statutory health insurance in Germany, and this is 74 million people from whom we have the data available. Which data are summarized there in the health data lab, you can see in the next slide. So we have here prescription data, inpatient data, outpatient data, data from registries, electronic health records, the digital health applications will deliver their data into the research data lab as well. And we will start with this then early next year. And as I mentioned, the importance and the advantage is that it is the data in long term as well. So we have data from the last 10 years, from 74 million people with all these data. And then we will start with additional registries, from cancer registries, for instance, or CNS registries, to be here as fruitful as possible for research. In the next slide, you see how the process, it should be very user-friendly to researchers, so that we will establish a metadata catalog, what can be researched in our health data lab. Then the researchers can model with training data in a virtual analysis room. Then we at the and make the analysis for them, and then we check for re-identification in the end, and then we export the result tables then back to the researcher. So the data will stay and they are stored in one place. No data will be transmitted. It will be only the results will go to the researchers. So this is for the then safety of the data. So, and this is summarized in this data. So we have organizational security measures here in place. If you go to the next slide. And user-friendliness is key from the beginning. So there's only one application needed, and then we have tools which can be used in an automated way to get access to the data. This will be digital and transparent, and we have then a lot of technical security measures in place and organizational security measures as well. So that is very important for the trust of the patients to serve their data into the health data lab. So to move on with the next slide, artificial intelligence is used by everybody, and so we are doing it at BfArM as well, in addition to the examples we see with European Medicines Agency or other national competent authorities here in Europe. So we make our forecasts with use of AI techniques. We improve our signal detection in medical device and pharmacovigilance approaches. We use it for identification of counterfeit drugs. Causality assessment, we are proposing some of these methods, and we are playing with synthetic data, particularly in the research data lab. And we are bringing in this experience and leading some of the joint actions fostered by the European Commission. One example is Real for Rec, where we are testing with European partners and learned societies and academia centers how to use artificial intelligence in our regulatory processes, and can it use them in the future for our decision-making processes as regulators. So in the next slide, some further examples we plan then in the future. So you see here that we are generating here or trying to generate a lot of expertise with machine learning techniques, large language models. So in our scientific work, many examples here, but as well in our procedural measures. So how can we then make better use of our regulatory data? How can we support with these techniques for formal reviews? and how can we apply trend analyses to see what's coming up, which products we will see in the future, so to make our business plans with this information then better suitable then for the future. As well, optimization of our approval procedures. So with automated processes, we hope that we can increase speed in our processes, that we can make simpler. Signal management here is of importance to us, and we are using then AI techniques now for a prediction model for shortages of medicinal products in Germany, and the first results from that is helping us very much to be better prepared than if a shortage is then coming, so that we have more time for mitigation measures. So the next slide summarizes these things. The next, please. So we are working with a growing digital ecosystem here at the bee farm with many central tasks. Some of them I have shown you with data from the Health Data Lab, the digital health applications. We are working a lot with real-world data for our regulatory procedures. And with regard to interoperability for better use of data, we are very happy that we are responsible for the medical classification systems and semantics like ICD-10, 10 and 11 and SNOMED-CT to use them then for approaches like the e-patient record and so on. So here we are in central places for digitalization of our German healthcare system. And the next slide should show you that we see such a digital ecosystem as our vision over the next years. And we are very keen to bring this experience then into the European health data space and working closely together with our experience then with other national competent authorities. And that then the next is my last slide. And so I thank you very much for your attention and hope you could follow a little bit. So it was a little bit a rush. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Carl. I'm not sure if you are still there.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm still here.
Thank you very much, Carl. We are very pleased that you could share this so stimulating experience with us. Of course, there are areas where we are also moving on. We have also an initiative on the apologies. On the shortages, also to use artificial intelligence in this area, and of course you know that we are also involved in the Real for Reg, this project that you mentioned. Yes. There was one question, Carl, that I wanted to ask. Perhaps what has been the impact on the bee farm, because this is really a transformation as well in terms of what you are doing. Can you say something about that in terms of also resources and reorganization? I think you've done some changes as well.
Yeah, so we reorganized the structure of the bee farm to adapt to these requirements. So we have about 150 people in our IT system and division working, and about 10 persons are prepared for AI approaches and experts in the field, and particularly for the research data lab, we have been able to hire data analysts, informatics, and all these specialists with data management and how to use the data. We are working with learned societies and academic centers working on algorithms and AI approaches to supplement and complement then here the BfArM experience. And with that experience together, we have been able to establish such a thing. Then for interoperability, we were supported by colleagues from another institute, which has been then integrated to the BfArM 4 years ago. And this is extremely helpful as well, because they are experienced in the data management, they are experienced in interoperability and semantics in healthcare systems. And so many puzzle pieces came together then at the BfArM, so that we have been able to do these things.
Okay, Carl, thank you so much. I mean, I think the challenges here are very much the same, because we have also a number of initiatives going on. So this, your experience, I think, will be also very stimulating to us, perhaps to look into some of the activities that you are already having in place. I had one question that I probably will give also the chance if there is any question from the audience, but on the reimbursement of the digital apps, so your assessment then goes to the reimbursement bodies, or who is then deciding on the final reimbursement aspects, Carl?
Yeah, so in the pricing we are not involved. These are then the statutory health insurance companies. And in the first year, the applicants are free. So there they can set the price they want to have for the first year. And after 1 year, they have then to liaise with the statutory health insurance companies. Okay. And for 1 quarter, for instance, after such liaise with the insurance companies, most of the digital health applications are about 250 to 300 euros for a quarter.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we will conclude here. Carl, I would like to thank you very much for this keynote, because it is really giving us the stimulus for the next session. So we'll have the panels that will take place now in the morning and then in the afternoon. And I think with your keynote, this will be a very good basis for the discussion that I'm certain that will occur, and will come to many of the points that you have shared with us. I would like very much to have you here. We know that this was not possible this time, but from my side, Carl, thank you so much for being at our annual conference, and I'll see you soon. Thank you so much.
Yeah, sorry again that I couldn't make it in person. Thank you very much that I could be there.
Muito obrigada.
So, as you had said, the health minister is unable to be here face-to-face with us, given that she has other commitments, but she will share with us a message. Good morning, everyone. Given that it's not possible for me to be there with you, the annual conference is Infarmed, I wanted nonetheless to share a few words on this topic. Technological and digital advancements have allowed us to improve access to medical care and to accelerate diagnosis and decision-making, improving health indicators for patients, and also improving the sustainability of the health system. When we imagine the future of the health system, we can see customized medicinal products in a world where AI can anticipate health crises and where all people have access to innovative treatment that they truly need without any bureaucracy. It might seem like science fiction, but that's what we're moving towards. And in this near future, Infarmed plays an essential role as the regulator. And regulation is essential to defend public interest and public health. There is here a delicate balance for a regulation defending these principles and at the same time fostering investment and the adoption of research at all levels. And the daily performance of Infarmed in its history shows that it's possible to have a revolution and to welcome economic scientific development. If there is an institution in Portugal that we can be proud of because of its quality, knowledge, innovation, international prestige, is indeed Infarmed. In this new paradigm in which we live, I would like to highlight as an example 2 projects that have been conducted in Portugal and with Portugal through Infarmed, during EU and the Joint Action Wheel for REG. Both promote a health data network throughout Europe, enabling interoperability as a source of high-quality knowledge, and they are structuring for science and regulatory activity in the present and the future. I wish you all a very fruitful conference. Thank you. Thank you. And our deep thanks to the Health Minister for sending this message. We will now have a coffee break and we will be back at 11:30. See you soon.
Ora, sejam de novo.
Welcome back. The innovative future of medicines and health technology requires new strategies, and present and future regulatory challenges and strategies will be debated now with the following guests. We have Ayman Torki from the Dutch Medicines Agency, Carla Torre from the Pharmacy Faculty of the University of Lisbon, also a member of the Committee of Medicinal Products for Human Use. We have also Maria do Carmo Nemes. She is the president of APOGEN, the Portuguese Association of Generic and Biosimilar Medicines, and Cristina Lopes from Abifarma, the Portuguese Association of the Pharmaceutical Industry. This debate will be moderated by Michael Barrington at the European Medicines Agency. Thank you for inviting me for this annual conference. It's a real pleasure to be here.
But I hope you can understand what I was saying. Thank you so much for having us here at this annual conference. It's a true pleasure to be here in wonderful Lisbon. Thank you, Rui, for inviting us, for organizing this, and for having such a stimulating debate already with the initiation of this Congress today. I think it's very forward-looking, and even looking at the poster here, looking at the background, you see how stars align, you could say. So it's wonderful, even the imagery being given here. And of course, we had a wonderful keynote session before with quite enlightening insights from the German Health Authority, from Karl Beuk, who gave us very good insights into what's happening here. So I guess a lot of stimulus also for this panel here, and a lot of interest to work together across the theme of regulatory strategies. Because the objective of this particular session now is to hear from different speakers about strategies, what synergies can be generated so that our regulatory system can be more efficient, more adaptable to fulfill different objectives, leading to innovation, access, and sustainability. And if we take these lines, which are also heard in the welcoming notes already, then we have a very broad scope to discuss in these next hour and a quarter. And we're trying to really make connections along the decision-making chain. So we don't want to just look regulatory or certain part of HD, etc., but we would like to go broad. And there couldn't be a better place than Infarmed to allow us this, because there's all under one roof, as I like to say. So that's really, really excellent. And also, yesterday's symposium already on the regulation of the HTA regulation did already give a glimpse of all these necessary touch points that we are having and that are evolving over time now. We have a wonderful set of speakers. Excellent to have you all here on the stage together. It's a bit heterogeneous, you could say, in terms of topic, but that's exactly the point. We want to enrich the debate. We really would like to bring this all together. So let me just briefly introduce our four speakers here. First, we have Ayman Torki. He's the division head at the Dutch Medicines Evaluation Board and is also a member of the executive management team since 2022. He leads national European policy initiatives and regulatory science efforts, and he also serves as the Netherlands alternate member on the EMA Management Board and is member of the HMA Management Group. Then we have Carla Torre. Carla Torre is graduated in pharmaceutical sciences and holds a postgraduate diploma in pharmacy and medicinal product law and a master degree in epidemiology. So a lot of knowledge here, all coming together. PhD with a specialization in pharmacoepidemiology at the Faculty of Pharmacy in Lisbon, where she's also assistant professor currently. And very important for the debate today, she is co-opted member of the Committee for Human Medicinal Products as EMA, particularly with a focus on, surprise, surprise, pharmacoepidemiology. So that's really where it all comes together. We then have Maria do Carmo Neves, with the degree in medicines, as I learned when we spoke earlier today. And you were also awarded the title Competence of Pharmaceutical Medicine by the Portuguese Medical Association. You're chairman of the board of directors of Tecnimede, but you're also, and in this role you're here today, you held the position of vice president of Apogen, the Portuguese Association of Generic and Biosimilar Medicines for the last 6 terms. And last but not least, Christina Lopes, representing Apipharma today. Also, you have a pharmaceutical science degree, an integrated master of pharmaceutical sciences, and since 2003, you worked as a director of technical and scientific affairs at Apipharm, the, can I say, Innovator Industry Association, but you're also working together at European level at FPR. So I think this all being said in a few minutes, there is a lot of experience and expertise here in this panel, and each of these colleagues will share their perspectives. Will they share their views on regulatory and regulatory strategies, and then we have a Q&A all together. And I really would like you to warm up for questions. Of course, we have some questions prepared, but primarily I would like to hear questions from the audience when we get them later. So, let's get started. Let's hear first from Aymat, from an HMA point of view. HMA stands for Heads of Medicines Agency, I should say. So that's all the regulatory agencies' heads together. On the current functioning of the network in relation to various strategies and what we need to prepare for. Aymat, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, good morning, everyone. Thank you, Michael. Thank you for Infarmed having me today. Thank you, Rui, for the kind invitation. Always a pleasure. If it's only to escape the weather from the Netherlands, it started snowing yesterday in some parts, so I really appreciate the change. So thank you for this. This is always the exciting part, whether my slides will turn up or not, but there it is. So like Michael said, I will shortly give like 10, 11 minutes presentation about regulatory strategies. And the key question I wanted to start off with when I started thinking about this intervention for today is really the question also raised by Rui in his opening is, how do we ensure that innovation doesn't outpace our ability to deliver? And I think us is also looking at this, well, multi-stakeholders participation here today, not only regulators, but also policymaker, the health systems and patients, and it's something we do together. And why I think this is important is innovation is not only putting smart people in a room and magic happens and then we've achieved something. But innovation is in a broader context, but also especially in it's being developed in the broader context of what's happening around us. We see geopolitical changes, economical impact across the region and across the globe. But also the advancements of technology, AI, which is going faster and faster, and also our scientific developments. But also sometimes mundane things that we have to deal with every day, like medicine shortages is a very important thing that really impacts us directly in doing so. And for me, it's really sometimes hard to keep up with the news. I think even more today than before. What's happening in the world, what's happening around us, and how can we make sure we can adapt, let alone prepare for the next decade? So I think that's really a key question for my part. But despite that, I think the innovation change and the pace of innovation and the change in the landscape, I think we have a few pillars that I will use for the remainder of the presentation that really we can build upon and hopefully also in the discussion. First of all, I think very clear, advancing science, regulatory science, innovation, but also the competitiveness of the region, Europe, and what's happening around us to make sure that medicines are still provided and being put forward for regulatory approval and reimbursement. So we have a shared societal and network aspirations there, and I will deep dive into more to that. But basically, innovation science has no borders, so I think that's the key one. The other one also touched upon in the introduction is very important to me always, is we can have the best legislation, we can have the best procedures, the best processes, we can have the best everything, but it's the people in the end. And, and I think I cannot stress this more and more. It's about the capabilities we have now, but also the capabilities and the people we'll have in the future. And how do we train them? And what do we train them in for? Is that still the classical model, or do we also want to advance our thinking there? But people are at the core. I think I cannot stress this enough. And last but not least, and I think I see this especially with young people coming into the system, I always tell them, please, when you do the procedure, it's not a sprint, it's a marathon, especially from the CHP. It's every month, like 3-4 days of meetings, and the next month you'll have new procedures and new. So, be mindful of that. And I think also that is really important in terms of network sustainability. How do we make sure, again, people in the core, but how do we make it sustainable for them, but also sustainable that we can uphold the network? And this is, I think, a responsibility we all have with the EMA colleagues, but also with the HMA network. And why did I start there? Because I think the essence of my talk is also there's time to change. And before looking forward, I would like to look back. And well, EMA is soon doing their 30th anniversary. And this is my starting point, because when you look back at the legislation, and this is just a few examples, what has been happening over the past years, we have been adding more and more regulations, directive. And we'll have the big bang soon with the new pharma package. And everybody is very excited to see what will come from that. But adding more is not always prudent to the way we change the work, because when you look back at the last 30 years, we have the system in place, but fundamentally we did not really change how we do the work. We added more guidelines, we see more complexity, we see more technologies, but we're still running the same systems and process. And I think this will be the challenge. And we have a few means, at least, to shape our thinking, translating what we see in legislation, which will be the fundament of our work, into network strategies. So on one hand, you will see the regulatory science thinking, and I reflected the ones that are developed by the EMA, but also from the Medicines Evaluation Board, the Netherlands. And on the right, you will see also the more strategic papers about the functioning of the network and the ambitions we'll have. And I'll come back for each of part of these separately. So starting off with the regulatory science, I think here for us is to especially as regulators, not only to keep up, but also to facilitate, because we're going to see a lot of new things we never really realized, we do not understand. I think if you know the legislation, there's also something about regulatory sandboxes to deal with things that we have not even seen before. But I think, keeping up pace is really delves down in the classical definition, is how do we then look at new methods for generating evidence, and I think other speakers will come to that also. Looking at how we evaluate medicines, but also trying to systematically address gaps in our system, in our processes. And I think these are all relevant questions and should not be done in isolation. And I think one of the key developments in the last months and weeks, and last Monday even, is that we are looking now also together with EMA and HMA to further advance our regulatory science agenda in creating what we now call the European platform for regulatory science. Again, the word silos comes to mind, what we've also seen in CALS. Also, regulatory science has no border. So how do we better work together to identify the shared aspirations and ambitions and move to that? And this is really important, that we're looking forward to work more closely with academics, public sector and non-profit to see what their wishes are, what their regulatory science and research needs are, and how do we align them. And also industries will play an important role in this to make sure this is a shared goal towards the future. So this will be very pivotal in our work. The network strategy is really looking about the themes that I took out from them in terms of the presentation today is, defining those shared ambitions about the functioning and sustainability of our network. And we have some challenges. And this is something that keeps us busy, I think, at the Medicines Evaluation, but also at HMA and the network, is how do we move forward and how do we progress? Because I think what you see, we had some major changes in the system. We had Brexit, which will not, this is the last time we'll mention Brexit. We had COVID, which was a very dramatic event, I think, for public health and patients and society. But it also had an impact on our system and how we're functioning. And I think this is something we have to deal with. And I think we have a few other developments there, because it's not only reinforcing our capacity and capabilities, but also what we see from our agency's perspective, the challenges we have with attracting, training, and retaining staff. I think this is getting more and more difficult, but also where do you train them in? And I also see a very big demographic change, at least again in our agency, that in the next 5 years, I see a lot of senior people will be retiring. So there will be a knowledge gap also there to make sure that we can deal with the historical context. And then again, the resources allocation throughout the network in making sure that procedures coming through the CHP can be picked up and we all do our fair share of the development. And one of the things and innovative thinking that both we will further explore with the network, but also something that we at the MEB are discussing, how do you develop maybe centers of excellence around assessment, but also regulatory practice? And that really originates from the thought, doesn't really still make sense that all 27 member states will train a specific expertise, let's say for ATMP, and we all have 27 member state experts that you need not only one, but maybe sometimes one or two, because you don't want a single point of failure. And how do you go about that? You can also think about that in terms of AI developments and digitalization. Do we all want to develop our own AI methods and technologies and these kind of things? So I think we're moving more and more that we started creation of the EMA, having the agencies working together in a loose structure. I think we're getting more and more integrated, again, in the theme of today's session. And the last slide, and that's really where I would like to close, I think, we are working in a very dynamic landscape, politically, geopolitically, economically changing world. So we want the same, want to have societal impact, because we're not doing the work just because we like it, because we want to deliver something. So there, again, my points, I think, and summary of my presentation, talent development, again, people are at core, but let's do that together. Let's think about other ways of working, and I think this will be the challenge for us, and I think we'll be curious also from the other speakers. And last but not least, changing and doing these things is very nice, but it has to have a purpose. So what does make sense for the patients? Because what we always also say, it's not about building the perfect dossier, it's to have a dossier that adds to public health. And I think I would like to close with this statement. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ahmad, for sharing these thoughts. And I particularly like that you ended with the patient in that perspective, because there's so many things that we need to come and do together, but we should never lose the sight of what's the ultimate beneficiary of all this work. So thank you. Now, clinical evidence is the cornerstone for patient-centric decisions in healthcare in general, I would at least claim. So who could be better placed than Carla to give her views on this? Carla.
Thank you very much, Michael, for your kind words, and many thanks for being here with us in Lisbon and for speaking so well Portuguese. Bom dia a todos.
Good morning, everybody. First of all, I would like to thank for the invitation by the president of Infarmed. My presentation was done concerning the alignment, a certain alignment. The presentation is called New Regulatory Strategies. And so the presentation has to do with myself. It's not the position of Infarmed or the Medicine European Agency. It's my own perspective. Just like Michael said, so our landscape is a vision for clinical evidence in this decade 2030. And this generation, evidence generation, must be planned and guided by data, knowledge, and expertise. And the research question drives evidence choice. It embraces spectrum of data and methods. And I would like to also say that it's one of the pillars of this vision are clinical trials, and that they remain the core, but are bigger, better, and faster. They should be bigger, better, and faster. And clearly, of course, the real-world evidence is enabled and value is established. Of course, the patient voice, the voice of the patient, guides every step or must guide every step of the way, and the healthcare systems are supported in their choices based on evidence. So all this anchored in high levels of transparency, because it underlines the trust from society. Another important point, which is transversal to this vision, has to do with the nature and of the R&D pipeline. So today, it's not common to see the blockbusters. We are clearly in a niche buster cluster, and we are able to visualize when we look at one of the reports of EMA in 2022, where we were able to perceive a clear increase of orphan medicine and also advanced therapies. And so an increasing number of medicines are orphan products, ATMPs, for conditions with significant unmet need and face challenges when aligning with the traditional drug development pathway. And so there is a need to complement RCT data addressing uncertainties in post-marketing phase with RWD, for example, addressing the safety concerns, providing supportive data and further knowledge. And so we must have a single story of a continuum of tales in regulatory decision-making. So RCT's mainstay of drug efficiency and safety information for regulators. And the value of RWD is increasingly not acknowledged. And so it has to transform, accelerate, and de-risk decision-making, and to improve efficiency in design and conduct of trials, also to increase public health impact, and with marketing authorization, contextualizing study results and ensuring the results to target population. So there's a post-authorization. We must appreciate the real-world value and the long-term BR balance. And we also talked about the importance and a moment of authorization and a post-authorization regarding the support of the long-term benefit risk. So this was a case that the faculty published this year, and that illustrates this. So we made a comparative analysis of post-authorization measures for advanced medicinal products authorized in the European Union and in the United States of America between 2009 and 2023. So the regulator imposed the need for these measures to mitigate these uncertainties in the relationship benefit risk. And both in EMA and FDA, half of these measures is based on the data based on the reality. And so this data complement the strategy, the European Medicines Regulatory Network Strategy 2025, and it was already mentioned during this morning. And at this point, they have access to over 130 million patients this year. And so we see in this slide the different methodologies, registries, etc. So each one with their own characteristics, advantages and limitations, but clearly that support this decision. Europe is not an only case. We can see in the FDA, in the Japanese Association, in the Canadian agency, where more and more the regulators themselves have in-house data to support their own decision. And the data, of course, that get us, of course, we need guidances to anchor the robustness and the production of data, and regarding their internal and external validity. And we have here some of the guidances published very recently this year in order to foster and to support the AM and the studies and the in-house studies regarding the production of clinical evidence through this data. I would like also to tell you that at the level of ICH, we are doing an harmonization strategy of the terminologies, so in the European context, in the North American context. So different geographies in the world, we need to have this harmonization in terms of terminology. And another one more recent in terms of design and epidemiology, other studies concerning safety. So the patient voice must be in every step of the way, because it's for patients with patients. So it makes no sense to have regulation without the patients. So in 2022, it was implemented a workshop, a very interesting workshop. Oh, I don't have any more slides, the speaker says, but it was a very interesting workshop in the European agency to do the leverage of this experience data, and to realize what it means. And we also did a review of the patient's experience data, of a specific, of the patient report outcomes of medicine with with cancer. And we verified that 80% of these files had this data. However, only 20% were expressed in the summary of the characteristics of the drug, of the medicine. And we must know how. So that is due to methodological issues of the data, of the design. And so it's necessary to make this bridge regarding the methods, which is important to better serve the patients. Due to reasons of time, I won't approach this aspect, because I think that yesterday there was a very interesting satellite symposium. But I would like to tell you that it's time to connect with the agencies, the patient, the society is our mission, and clearly we must articulate and we must do in a better way the bridge so that we can serve our patients. Of course, even though from another angle the data produced in a real context can also bring a contribution, an important contribution, and we've been making some pilot experiences regarding the drugs in the field of oncology, and so we hope that this data can better support this decision. And last but not least, a word about science, the efficiency, I'm sorry. It's necessary to improve the efficiency, and I think that you will agree with me. And for that, we must identify the data, but also start to act. Regarding the data, these are results from 2023. We saw that only 35% of the MAA submitted on time, so 65% did not do it on time. Of course, this leads to constraints in terms of the teams in the different agencies. Another important issue is when we look at the time that is requested by the pharmaceuticals to answer questions asked by the agency, because the files were not enough, or questions regarding their complexity. And we found out that 42% of companies requested more time to respond to questions from EMA's scientific committees during the assessment. So, and 200 days more. And that time was necessary to assess this new data. So it's important to implement measures which have the goal of improving and of keeping the sustainability of the network, the reinforcement of good practices, and we have templates online. But this is not enough, because this responsibility must be shared, and the regulation is too important to be kept in the hands of the regulators. So we have to improve the system, and that we support the innovation. And so the investment in regulatory science is needed to bridge and to cement. And here we have a list of specific questions. This is an article which is very important concerning the activities in the Dutch agency, and we have things that have to do with the quality, inpatient, clinical, non-clinical, etc. And it's important, all of these, to serve our society best. So we would like to tell you as well to establish points with the academia. So this point, regulatory science 2024, mentions the word academia 24 times, I believe. So we have 24 students of PhD. They do the research, but another part is to assess the files themselves, because at the end of the day we want to serve better, and the academia has to respond in a more efficient way, in a more modern way to society's problems. And I'm happy to see Lisbon being quoted here. And I do believe in this. Regulatory science makes medicines work. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Brilliant. Thanks so much, Carla, for providing the diversity of evidence on the one hand, but also pure practically what this means in terms of optimization, including down to processes, and who could be better placed from direct experience. So really, really great. I should at this stage maybe also say a big thank you for the interpreters who really helped to follow the conversation, and the interpretation is brilliant. So it's really fantastic. Thank you to those who are somewhere in the sky doing this for us. Now, affordability of innovation for healthcare systems is a topic that's naturally close also to those who are working with follow-on products. And these include, for example, generics and biosimilars, but others as well. So it's really great to listen then to Maria about her views. Maria.
I would like to greet everyone here. I would like to thank Infarmed, represented here by its president, Ruivo. And so I'd like to thank you for this opportunity to present some new regulatory strategies. Although the final decisions of the reform of the pharmaceutical legislation, Arpongent congratulates advancements in access, sustainability, competitive regulatory environment, environmental sustainability, and fighting antimicrobe resistance. The challenges that we face are very important to stimulate innovation and to ensure that generic and biosimilar medicines are available as soon as patents expire, making medicines available at more affordable prices. So the new pharmaceutical legislation refocuses things in Europe. Competitiveness has to do with predictability and legal certainty to deliver on equitable access. Since the 90s that the EU has increased the intellectual property rights protection. And this decrease is related to factors to venture capitals, cooperation between universities and companies, and research and development activities. 20 years ago, the investment gap between the United States and Europe was 2 billion. And it has increased to 25 billion in 2022. According to the assessment report from the EU, Europe has one of the longest periods in terms of regulatory protection. Within this context, data protection and market protection accrued should be limited to the maximum that is defined of 11 years. Competitiveness is making medicines available through an efficient regulatory system. Right now, regulatory science supports the development of biosimilar medicines with the proper studies, including pharmacokinetics with safety data, and simplified development of biosimilars with analytical tools and scientific knowledge that is robust will allow us to develop complex biosimilars. This simplification will allow patients to access high-quality medicines without compromising safety or efficacy. And comparative efficacy studies are lengthy and expensive. We need more efficiency in the development of biosimilars for more biological medicinal products. According to the white paper of IQVIA, when it comes to the impact of biosimilars in Europe, this was promoted by the EU in 9 products with high volume of sales. It should have their patent expiring soon. But what we see is less research given the limitation in terms of development or long-term limitations. And it's even worse for biosimilar medicines and also, of course, orphaned medicinal products. So a study called the Biosimilar Void says that although biosimilar competition in Europe has played an essential role in Europe for healthcare and allowing access to essential medicines, if in the future nothing is changed, there will be a void in biosimilars that may mean the loss of 15 billion euros. That could be a potential savings. In the UK, the guidelines of the Medicines and Healthcare Products Regulatory Agents confirmed that the agency has abandoned demand in most cases of having comparative efficacy trials whenever there is proper scientific evidence. And so this change in approach gives manufacturers an opportunity to launch their products in the UK more early on at lower costs when compared to other countries. Nevertheless, this simplified approach is just one of the criterion to improve the sustainability of the biosimilars market. If we see the uptake of biosimilar medicines in Portuguese hospitals, with data from September of this year, we see a lot of variability from 4% to 98%. According to the recommendations of the Public Health School within the scope of a study conducted in 2022 regarding the obstacles and facilitators for the use of biosimilar medicines in Portuguese hospitals, it was concluded that we need to manage a communication, the training of healthcare professionals in the NHS when it comes to biosimilar medicines. We need to strengthen their literacy. We need to strengthen the role of the therapeutic pharmacy committee. The role of biosimilar medicines in efficiency and sustainability in the NHS is quite relevant, as well as proper access on part of patients. So as new biosimilar medicines emerge, this needs to be addressed. We also need to include in our pharmacy software a pop-up alerting to the existence of biosimilar medicines and these alternatives. We also need proper strategies, namely centralized purchase. All of these to ensure that we fully explore the gains to be had with biosimilar medicines. And everything needs to be designed to foster efficiency, otherwise it will lose relevance. We face a set of challenges. Many of them result from the price that we have to pay for longevity. Aging population, more prevalence of chronic illnesses, increased costs, sustainability, lack of equal access, and mental health crisis. We need accessible innovation, affordable innovation to respond to unmet health needs. Last year, on a conference, the CEO of Patient Cancer Europe mentioned, and I quote, "The patients with cancer do not have time to wait for disruptive innovation, because in cancer, what is at stake is not quality of life, it's survival." And that's why we need to quickly access value-added medicines. Value-added medicines are based on known molecules and address unmet healthcare needs for the entire system, patients, carers, healthcare professionals, and payers. So relevant improvements includes better efficacy and safety and tolerability profile, and a better way of administration, ease of use, and new therapeutic uses. So these improvements contribute to barriers to treatment, a convenience of administration, and better outcomes and quality of life, improved safety and efficiency for healthcare professionals. We also improved cost effectiveness and ultimately access to healthcare. The added value can be used to reformulation of medicine, repositioning of molecules and active substances, and also in combination with other health technologies. It is essential to create the conditions to acknowledge value-added medicines and their value to healthcare, and to recognize the value for patients, healthcare, carers, and the entire health system. In terms of pharmaceutical legislation at EU level, it is essential to expand the concept of repurposing, dosing, method of administration and so on, so that we can have affordable prices with benefits for the entire ecosystem, and to ensure that they're not used for evergreen practices. And focusing on citizens, this proposal to review the pharmaceutical legislation is a first step. It's a positive first step, so that we reframe it and towards research, sustainability, efficiency, and reindustrialization. Apogeant is committed to ensuring that this will mean more access to medicines, that we have a less scarcity of medicine and quicker access to treatments. Thank you.
And I think you really prepared for us a very nice picture of the balance that needs to be created, a balance that allows pure innovation, follow-on, but also value added to really be seen in the mix in order to address the famous 3 A's, which have such a strong Portuguese label in them, and really to being able to take it from there. So, this being said, our last speaker, Christina, will address something which I think is so exciting these days, because there are 2 key developments in Europe with direct relevance for innovative medicines. The discussion around the pharmaceutical strategy, we heard this already previously, as well as the application of the HTA regulation. So 2 things which are very key. And it would be very interesting to hear from you how this informs regulatory science.
Thank you, Michael. Muito bom.
Good morning, everybody. I would like to thank Infarmed for the invitation to be here present in this debate panel as Epipharma and representing the innovation companies. And to tell you that this subject is quite challenging, and that our perspective is to try to bring an holistic approach of everything that's going on, not only the pharmaceutical legislation, but also the other challenges at the level of digitalisation, etc. And so to try to integrate a set of concepts. And if we get to the end of this proposal of the Commission, we can be very happy. And I believe that we all are centered in the same goal, and in the patient, the citizen. After having said this, and only to create a framework of what is our approach to give you what happens in Portugal, but also at the European level and world level, which is the aging population, the chronic diseases that with aging occur, the morbidities and the comorbidities that lead us to bear in mind this population access. So our focus as innovating companies is to continue to work, to investigate, to research and develop molecules that allow us to medical questions. So once again, we are talking about rare disease, orphan medicines. We believe that, and as it was said before by the colleagues of the panel, the involvement of patients in all the cycle of life of the medicines, since research is fundamental. And so a bigger engagement, patient engagement is very important. And we can congratulate ourselves, because in Portugal we have lots of initiatives that involve the patients themselves. As for assessment of health technologies, according to our regulating entity, Infarmed, and to leave you 2 notes, which is the relevance of working together for the 3 A's. and which are very important. Accessibility, affordability, and availability. It's easier to say it in English without the need of translating, but it was already referred to previously. So for all this and for everything to happen, we believe as innovators, and because we work with our European Federation, and so we all as Europeans, we have a digitalization policy and a platform where all the data may be accessible and available. And we as citizens have the responsibility of our own health. And so having said this, I would like to talk to you about the digital transition, and it was already mentioned. And I'm sure that this will be talked about in the other panels as well. But we must talk about this, the challenges on the one hand, and on the other hand, the key actions and the legislation which are in course. So as far as digital transition, and for which we have been having a lot of support from the European Commission, it seems to be fundamental to be able to interconnect everything that Michael mentioned, which is the part of the assessment. And in our case, we talk about innovation and its availability, and then how all at the European level in a more global world have access to all this data to be able to use them as conveniently as possible. And I would like to mention an example. If we travel, for instance, we can be treated, if we have our data, we can be well treated in any part of the world. Of course, the accessibility and the communication are fundamental. I would like to ask Michael to give me a sign because I'm afraid to speak for too long. And as I said, accessibility and communication is very important. The empowerment of the literacy of the citizens to be able to participate has been having a progressive procedure. We have to be all involved for so the health professionals, and we have in common the person in the core, in the center of this equation, sometimes healthy, and I hope that we are all healthy, but one day it's natural that with the aging process we may suffer from our morbidities. And so we know that many initiatives are occurring at the European level, so the European data space is very challenging, and we hope that this is a platform that can be shared among member states, and knowing, of course, that there's always the privacy of what is the information that concerns us and what is possible to make available. And so, of course, we must know, okay, I give my data, but I must know as well what is my data for, how is it going to be used for. And so this is very interesting, and maybe in the future we have to discuss this with more detail, and not wanting to make references, but there's a zillion projects in course, and we must use what will be the digital processes, the intelligence, the artificial intelligence, and a perspective of what is the pharmaceutical strategy in a very integrated way. Having said this, and as a representative of the industry of the innovating products, and the sustainability at the level of each member state, and also our Portuguese state. But I would like to tell you that we have pathways. Some are more regulatory, some are not that regulatory, and so we have the non-legislative, we have the legislative, and so the optimization of this opportunity to be able to create more simplified processes, more flexible, faster, and that the experiences that we have been going through are the guarantee that the quality and the safety, when an assessor just grabs a process, will never doubt. So we will always have that guarantee. So it's worthwhile risking. And I would like to tell you as well that in Portugal, at the level of this digital transition, we also have a pilot which is occurring because we follow the challenges of Europe, which is the information brochure, and I can talk a little bit more about it if we have time. But we have this project at the hospital level mainly, where the hospital pharmacy colleagues are very engaged and involved. And so I would like to tell you that in the equation of all this, the real world evidence is a connection. It is a very important connection, because one thing is research. The tests are more complex every time. The data that we place in the platform that will give an opportunity to the assessor to have a permit, to have an authorization, but to continue to be able to allocate and to share the real-life data, and that for many effects will allow more robust decisions and reviews of the decisions themselves. So as a pharmaceutical industry, we can relate at the European level and other levels. We would like to greet EMA for the reorganization and structuring of what it has been doing, because it's fundamental for all this process that we are going through. And I would like to tell you that we have been collaborating in this process of quicker decisions and more well-sustained decisions, looking for better delays, better timetables, better schedules. And so it's crucial for us, where the investment is more and is bigger every time, and the regulatory demands have been growing as well. And so our big goal, besides development and innovation, is to make this technology available to the patients who need it. And so this reduction of 7 committees to 2 committees seems to be very challenging to EMA itself, but it's very interesting, and with high expectations that they can become more agile and faster. And we would like to see what is the assessment of the orphans to one of these committees, and that can be completely responsible for this assessment and for a review of what is at present for the definitions, which for the industry is very important. So I would like to mention, even though we have the presentations of the delays that were suggested, and our chairperson, of course, knows about this, and Carla as well. As an industry, we have been presenting a request so that they can be even faster at the decision level and the review level, that suggested a decrease for 150 days. And we are requesting 1 month less for this assessment, and that the European Commission can be faster in its decision, because in fact the assessment has been done, and so it will be to corroborate. And I would like to tell you as well that for us we have 3 important axes, and it's this rolling reviews. We had a wonderful experience with COVID-19. This temporary emergency marketing authorization, TEMA, it may be temporary, but we must pay attention to the definitive. and it must be applied to new indications of already approved medicine, and of course, the expansion of the prime, which is quite relevant for those who work in the field of innovation and trying to answer a non-assisted medical strategies. And so I would like to tell you that this is a gradual process. We have a pilot, and is a challenge that we have been giving to our authority. So we don't have a finish time, but we would like to be able to select some medicines to experiment at the level of the outpatient, level. And I would like to tell you that it will be, in that situation, that will be the most challenging situation, because most people have access to the internet, but it would be an experience that we will have few patients that will have access, that won't have any access to the internet. And then the real world evidence that for us must be always clear, that it must be available, that must have platforms, and we know that we have data collection, but the problem is the interoperability. So we have in Portugal, in other countries, we have lots of databases, but then they do not communicate with each other, and so we must have one transversal one. I'm not an IT person, but I think that we must have a database that can communicate. And also the assessments of health technologies. This is very interesting. And also this evidence will be fundamental for the decision-making process. Here I made, this is the evidence planning for an early access decision, and how we can optimize the development plans to exceed. I won't have time to talk to you about all the strategies that are in force, but I believe that the presentations will be available and you can look at them if you wish. But there are a lot of challenges and a lot of regulatory science strategies and all the collaboration that we need to have between all the involved parties. And so I saw Michael's hands already, and so I would like to leave you with this. Our future is in our hands. The collaboration among everybody is fundamental. The future is in our hands. And the European decision must be strong and with a purpose to reach everyone that need it. Thank you very much.
Wonderful, absolutely great presentation. Thanks, Christina. And I liked your finishing sentence, the future is in our hands. So what could be a better segue into the Q&A? And to get you warmed up to the Q&A, and again, get your questions ready, I would also like to come back to one particular strategy which is currently up for public consultation. And if you can bring up the slide, which is the European Medicines Agency's regulatory network strategy. This is really where the regulatory agencies across the European network plus EMA are coming together and put out their strategy, in this case to 2028. This is currently for public consultation. You referred to it already earlier. And there are 6 themes in there, as you can see. The first one being about accessibility. And this is something where sometimes colleagues are a bit confused why regulators in their strategy talk about accessibility. But the starting point is really here to say, and it fits so nicely also with the conversation, particularly yesterday at the Parallel Symposium, that it is acknowledged that healthcare systems need to make choices. And again, Roisin Adams yesterday presented this very clearly. But there are opportunities to support these choices to be made by healthcare systems, for example, through evidence. And Carla, you were also making such references earlier. Then the second one around leveraging data, digitalization, artificial intelligence. Now I leave this out for now because there will be two brilliant panels afterwards. So I don't want to take away any thunder from these two, but a lot of pressure. And I see Zaid here already just coming in. Fantastic. Then we have regulatory science, innovation, and competitiveness, something that you, Alma, talked about a lot, but also you, Christina, in your presentation. Antimicrobial resistance and other health threats is, of course, an important one that has to feature in any strategy today. Availability and supply, also, Maria, here you made a lot of references. And sustainability of the network, and that's something which I think you heard throughout all these presentations. So a lot of these elements that you found in these four presentations really try to come together, but if you have any thoughts on this current draft which is out there, put in your comments by the 30th of November. And if you haven't done yet, it is not a long document. You can just read it and send in your comments. Wow. Now, this being said, we have around 15, 20 minutes for discussion. And first, I would like, of course, the audience, if there's any immediate reaction you're having, and feel free to ask your question in English or Portuguese, whatever you prefer, of course. So anybody up for a question at this point? I see up there somebody. Yeah, thank you.
Good day, bom dia. Posso...
So good morning. So may I ask my question in Portuguese? So good morning, and first and foremost, congratulations. I think that the set of presentations that we've just had are very aligned and very well chosen. My question has to do with value added. My experience, not just in manufacturing and management, tells me, and I see that new technologies and digitization bring more guidelines and more regulations, requirements, and not always a decrease in bureaucracy, in costs or work. Sometimes just because technology, it exists or it provides more control, it ends up being implemented. So essentially, I have two questions. What is the strategic vision for the future? How do you see the future? Not just for what is going to happen and we'll have to implement, but also for the things that we can leave behind, that are outdated and it no longer makes sense to continue to do them. Is it that technology, just because it exists and brings some efficiency, is it worth implementing? Is there a cost-benefit ratio that makes sense and maybe leave some things behind? And what was mentioned of the informative bulletin. Thank you.
And I think the ones who are certainly best placed here to first answer these ones, maybe Maria, and then also Christina, if I can invite you as well.
Well, I can't answer a part of the question, and I will leave up to the regulators the other part. We all have three times the longevity that we had 100 years ago, more or less. And so we have chronic illnesses that we have to treat. There is no doubt that innovation is essential to treat all of the illnesses that don't have a cure yet, that need to be treated as early as possible. But regarding all the pathologies that exist, the medicines that, for example, like generics and biosimilar medicines, treat 80%. Those that result from expired patents. And what is the role of value-added medicines? For patients over 65 and with several pathologies, 5, 6, 7 pathologies, all can be treated, it is extremely difficult to be able to achieve compliance. I say this from experience. If we don't have compliance, we have a patient that continues to go to hospital, to be hospitalized. We don't stabilize the patient. The value-added medicines do that. I'm not talking about new indications, new uses. I'm just talking about their overall application. They do that because they combine several molecules that are compatible and can do that, be it in tablets or capsules. And pharmaceutical technology in terms of manufacturing is available and it exists, namely here in Portugal. So to find new dosings with the different pharmacokinetics. For example, a patient with prostate cancer has to do treatment every day. And now you have treatments that can be weekly or monthly. And this is compliance, and it makes life easier for the patient and for the relatives who help the patient to have someone at home with a chronic illness. Is not just an issue for the patient, it's for everybody, for the entire family. And so value-added medicines address this. We're not just talking about small molecules, and we can do also the issue of biologics. I'm a physician, so I don't want to go into the regulatory aspect, but there is still a lot to be done. And we have to move forward like we did with biosimilar medicines, and we need to move forward with value-added medicines. This requires clinical trials that are extremely expensive and make treatment more expensive as well, with less results for those who market them, and then we don't foster innovation. So this is a vicious cycle. We need to have transparency in this ecosystem so that we can treat patients at home and not have them hospitalized.
I think very, very good thoughts here, and also particularly on the value added. Christina, from Digitalisation Innovation.
Bom, eu não sei se...
Well, I don't know if I understood the question. You mentioned 2 points of view, one that had more to do with real world evidence, one had to do with the simplification, streamlining of regulatory processes. This is how I understood it. I know if you can confirm if this is what you're talking about. We're talking about here 2 different points. I can't really see you, but if you say, okay, very well. So I will start with the last part, and then I'll address real-world evidence. Well, I agree with the issue of streamlining regulatory processes. I didn't have a lot of time to talk. It was quite challenging. We wanted to share with you an overview, but of course there are regulatory processes that need to be streamlined in terms of how we conduct them, how they are assessed, and we defend self-regulation. I will share with you a very clear example and some debate we have had with Infarmed, our regulatory authority here in Portugal, that has to do with typifying changes. It can be a process that can be streamlined, and if at a certain time we need to be responsible for what we are marketing to ensure more availability, more swiftness, and to be completely audited because we are the ones interested in being proper and being compliant. And everything that is digital and newsletter, everything, and the summary of product characteristics, and we know, of course, how the information is shared. I think there are a lot of processes that could be streamlined. And I think that agencies have also been working towards that. And one of the topics that I did not have the opportunity to address is when we faced the pandemic and we learned lessons. It has to do with the documentation that we can submit and can submit in a swifter way, in a less complex way. But we know that there is a lot of complexity in the last few years, so I couldn't agree more. I think that we should have some working groups to really produce inputs and to have the monitoring then of their implementation. We are great at proposing, at conducting a diagnosis, but then not in terms of implementation. So regarding the first issue, I really agree, and we should have an open conversation with all stakeholders, from patients to healthcare professionals, agencies, everything. In terms of real-world evidence, I think it is the future. It should be the present. In many circumstances, it already is. In countries where we already have some interconnections. I think that in Portugal, we do have data to support decision-making. It is essential to review some medicines already in the market. Also, in terms of the renewal of some of the contracts for these medicines. So I think it's an essential basis, be it for the assessment, the monitoring, and renewal or not. In terms of how accessible then it also is to the patient. I don't know if I fully answered your question, but I think that the present and the future is about real-world evidence.
Brings together so many aspects already, and this is why this panel is so fantastic, because there's so different viewpoints. And maybe, Imad, do you want to also address it from your perspective, the question of the gentleman?
Thanks for the question. I think it's an excellent one, because also following up, I think you talked about value medicines. I think also value-added regulations could also be in place in that sense, and really ties in with your questions. I think we can do better indeed. We see more and more guidelines indeed, and I would always be in favor to take a step back and look at, do we still need everything we have in place, yes or no? And it's like a Christmas tree, yeah? We put in things, but we never put things out when it's January, and you need to break down the thing. So I think that would be very important, and I think that's also part, I think, looking forward and how to sustain the network, and also how to make it better predictable in terms of the dossier maturity and what's expected and these kind of things. So I think we need to look all at this expert, so fully support that. And I think also linking to, well, I was thinking, is it digital or is it data? I always try to think in terms of data, because I think also connects with your intervention indeed. I like the efforts you presented on real data, the work you're doing with ICH, harmonizing terminologies. It's about data. And I think we're going through a transition phase, I think in the next years, where we indeed have silos, where we have not structured data, and how do we bridge and connect, also in these terms, the different databases and interoperability in that sense. And I think this is going to take a lot of pain still, and the cost benefits will be challenging. But if we do not do it, I don't think we have a choice. We have to move into that direction, right? So I think digitalization and the AI will be then the tool, but I think first we need to have this data transformation from the old systems we have now to both on a national, but really European and even globally, ICH and these kind of things. So just to add, I think, to the previous speakers.
Oh, great. And particularly your analogy with the Christmas tree was very timely, wasn't it? I mean, it can't be more around the corner.
It's snowing in the Netherlands.
Exactly, it's snowing in the Netherlands and so many areas, not here, but very timely. No, and again, brings us back to also Christina's last statement earlier, that the future's in our hands. We just need to shape it then. Carla, a question which sort of came to my mind when also listening to the colleagues earlier. There were so many different perspectives, but then again, I would say there is a lot around one particular goal, and that's the aim for patient-centric medicine's development. So it's really that focus on patient centricity in development, which generates value, and I would say now clinical value, for the individual and the community. So this is something which seems to be so key. From your perspective, what could be the constituency you're representing, regulators, and particularly the ones assessing the file, contributing to such strategic goal?
Obrigada.
Thank you for your question. It's an excellent question. And I think that EMA has made efforts towards this. We right now have patients taking part in decision making and voting, but I would like to go beyond that. In terms of scientific advice, there is a prior consultation every month of groups of patients depending on the medicines that we'll be assessing on that month. And this input is in writing. It's not just opinions, but well-founded opinions that are integrated into the assessment reports. And this component is important, and I think we will fine-tune it further. But allow me also to say the following. To have patient experience data is not enough. Otherwise, it's not, the healthcare professional experience is not enough either. All of this has to be based on robust methodologies that then will have an impact on decision making. And this is very important. And once again, regulatory science is important. It's not something new. If I'm not wrong, it was introduced in 1987, so long before EMA was created. And this is important for efficiency, for competitiveness when it comes to handling all of these issues. Of course, the core are the patients, but transparency is also essential.
Loads of thoughts in here, and you just talked about regulatory science and the need to develop regulatory science further, and trying to connect now with an opening statement from the president this morning, when you were also saying regulators, they have a duty to progress science and to really make these efforts to channel and catalyze, but they also need to work in this context with stakeholders. And I'm coming to you, so just to warm you up already. They need to work with stakeholders, and this is why an event like this one here is so important, to work with different stakeholders in this context. Regulatory science needs, of course, also trust by all these stakeholders to really build later decisions on these findings from regulatory science. Otherwise, it becomes something very theoretical. So, Ayman, from your perspective, how to build trust from stakeholders in regulatory science? What would be your considerations in this context?
It's a difficult question. No, it starts with very basic things. It's transparency on one thing, what we're doing, why we're doing it, but also, I think, and I really mean this, also mutual respect, I think, because it's very easy to say, well, industry is the dark side, and these kind of things. But I think we should have mutual respect of the things that we're doing and the role we play in the system and the network and how we come to decisions, and then how we communicate the decision. Because I like your point, is also the next step. When you make a decision at CHP, how do you make that decision? I think the good example was last week with the Alzheimer medicines. If you had a negative opinion, how do you explain that to the public? What's your regulatory decision making? And some will understand and some will not, and also depending on their personal thing. What I think is important, and I would like to link it maybe to my intervention about the future generation, is that we also make sure that people we educate now in university and academia, they can work for regulators, they can go to industry, they can go to the pharmacies, they have different future perspectives. But what I would like to say is that they at least have multiple experiences and have the understanding of the language we speak. And the thinking around, the regulator's mind of thinking is different than perhaps from an industry, or working at a pharmacist dealing directly with the patients, where we are hiding behind the dossiers maybe sometimes. And I think that's really crucial, to have people who can speak the different languages and understand, not to have that shared goals, but also know the dilemmas that go into the different professions. So I think that will be the fundament, I think. Yeah.
Wow, that sounds exciting times ahead, doesn't it? So let me close this panel, because we're coming to the lunch break, and you must be desperate for lunch at this point in time. But let me close this panel with one thought from each of you. And imagine you are preparing now the strategy to 2035. Let's look 10 years ahead, okay? Think about one singular priority goal that you would like to see in this strategy on the basis of all the synergies or gaps that we identified in the discussion today. And if I can maybe go in reverse order now compared to the previous talks, and start with Christina. Your single goal.
Thank you, Michael.
Well, it's a very interesting question, also challenging, and it's tough to answer. I would say that if we could achieve the goals that we have now, it would be very good. And what I can say as my main goal, and I think it's a goal for all of us for 2035, would be to have a global ecosystem centered around patients and also innovation. And allow me to say that although we represent more innovation as an association, we also have companies with mature products. And we know that generics and biosimilars are extremely relevant. I'm not just talking about personalized healthcare or very complex clinical trials. We're talking about that, but not only. So to have a patient-centered approach with innovation in mind, and to be swifter, but also to have an adaptive system with a major focus on real-world evidence. And I think that the trust that we need to have between all stakeholders so that we can work in collaboration is absolutely essential. Honestly, and with the utmost respect, I think that although we respect each other, sometimes we don't trust that we are working towards the same goal. So building this trust for this global patient-centered world, and to have all of these implemented, I think it would be not a dream but a reality. And last remark, but we would have to define an action plan with a very clear timeline, and with auditors to monitor how we evolve.
Very well said. I think there were a few goals in there, but there's a very important elements. Fantastic. Maria, your strategic goal, 2035.
Well, framed with the geopolitical instability we are facing, I think the economy is going to be affected. And I think that the welfare state will be the first to suffer. So given that, we have to maintain the virtuous cycle of medicines. We all need to have access to innovation, be it a blockbuster, be it a niche, a product, personalized. We need to use all the tools at our disposal that will allow us to achieve sustainability.
Very well said again. Carla, from your perspective.
I will try to be brief. I think that regulation follows science, sometimes not at the pace that we would like, but my strategic goal is to invest in regulatory science.
I'm at
Lunch, no.
coming. It's there.
That's the only thing I'm thinking about now. Lunch.
That's good, in hypoglycemic status now.
No, and I'm going to steal the sentence you had in your slide. You mentioned bridge and connect. I like that, and I hope in 2035 we are connected. And I think that's what we need to strive for, to have really like almost like a neural network of the regulatory system that is like the brain in optimal health, connecting and functioning. And we'll have new dilemmas, but we'll deal with them in 2035. Thank you.
Wonderful. With this being said, thank you so much. Muito obrigado to this fantastic panel. And thanks to all of you. Wonderful.
Muito obrigada. Obrigada aos 5 por esta interessante conversa.
Thank you to all of you for this interesting conversation. We had a lot to offer. Thank you for these exchanges and these strategic perspectives. And so now we'll break for lunch. We'll be back at 2:30 p.m. There is still a lot to hear and learn. Thank you.
Consegue ouvir? Sim. Aqui a imagem está. Doutor Ricardo, consegue ouvir? Não abriu? Tá, ficando tudo fácil assim. Fica. Obrigado.
Ora, de novo, muito boa tarde. Estamos.
Good afternoon once again. We're back to our annual conference of the Internet. I hope you enjoyed lunch. And these moments are always very productive. We have already approached digital health challenges, also the new regulatory strategies, and now we are going to be focusing on the role of technology, digitalization, and integration. So we have as our keynote speakers Ricardo Batista Leite from Health AI, the World Agency for the Artificial Intelligence. So he could not be here with us in Lisbon, but he will join us online. And I would like to call Gonçalo Saraiva Matias from the Francisco Manuel dos Santos Foundation. Hello, welcome, Gonçalo. And Joana Amigo from the project Bridge AI. And so this talk will be chaired by Érica Rodrigues Viegas from Infarmed. Have a nice panel. Thank you, Marta, for the introduction. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to this afternoon session after lunch. I'm going to try to keep the panel as alive as Michael was able to during the morning. So it's a pleasure for me to be here in this panel dedicated to such a transforming moment, digitalization and integration in the health sector. and we have a moment where technology is redefining the way how we interact, how we communicate, how we share information, how we design the systems, and we also try to incorporate this technology to turn the systems more sustainable. And this is the time of big challenges, but also of big opportunities. In this panel, we have the keynote speakers who you all know. And I'm going to introduce them. So online we have Ricardo Batista Leite. He's a physician. He has been a deputy, a politician. He has developed a lot of activity in several areas connected to global health. He was the president of Unite with a very active role in systems adjacent to health, and he is at present Chief Executive Officer of Health AI. And so thank you for being here with us. I also have here Gonçalo Saraiva Matias, the president of the board of the Francisco Manuel dos Santos Foundation, professor of the law school, where he concluded his academic training and also his PhD. He did research at Georgetown University of Law, and he acts in the regulatory law and international law. And he was deputy state secretary already. And then we have Joana Lamego, a scientist. She leads the team of the project Bridge AI. She has a PhD in engineering sciences with 15 years of experience. Not many, because she's still a young woman, but she has a lot of experience as a researcher and as a manager, and she will be presenting a very interesting project. So we have a panel, a very rich panel, so a physician connected to public policies, a law person, and a scientist. So everything we need to make this combination that will then lead to a discussion. So welcome, and I give you the floor. The floor is yours. Thank you, Erica. Good afternoon, everybody. I would like to greet my friend Gonçalo Matias and also Joana Lamego, and allow me to greet Rui Santos and Infarmed, to whom I thank the invitation, and I'm very sorry not to be with you, but I will be sharing some slides to be able to support my presentation. That I hope that you are able to see that, and I will talk about the role of artificial intelligence in health from where we are here in Geneva regarding artificial intelligence. So we are a non-profit organization who works with governments from all around the world, with the goal of building a governance model and of regulation, global regulation, which speeds innovation and the access to technologies which can improve the gains in health of the population, regardless where that population is. So, including the low and average income countries. So, the conference is organized by the Infarmed, and the public discussion is focused on the risks, the potential damages that technologies can cause in health. But I believe that it would be important to talk about the other side of the story, which has to do with the potential benefit that artificial intelligence can bring to the health systems. Many times dealing with several kinds of partners all around the world. Many times I see people that want to start with artificial intelligence without having an idea of why. And this is a problem that we have to approach, because the first step of any organizational leader in a company or in a public body or a government. So the first question is, why do I want to use artificial intelligence? And in the case of health, the response must be very clear. And it is with the objective of improving the gains in health or to contribute for the sustainability of the system, and not only because it wants the buzzword that get to us by all the media. And what we see is that the artificial intelligence is not only going to affect the future health systems, it's already affecting the present ones. We see that in the R&D, discovery of new drugs. The vaccines of COVID-19 was a clear example, the way it was able to speed all that process in the manufacture, logistics, distribution, prevention issues, promotion and prevention of health, the use of models for the population health, and it can be transforming as well as the services rendered in the health field, from robotics to imaging, and so artificial intelligence already brings a lot of gains. Also in the monitoring field, we already see more tailor-made care to the specific needs of the individual, including mental health, and also from the administrative red tape, so management side, as well as using models in waiting lists and the design of hospital beds. And so, to sum things up, we see the application of artificial intelligence contributing to reduction of costs and to sustainability. But the important message here is that we have to take benefit from this transforming technology, especially looking at the future, not only to try to fit the technology in the present health model. Our health systems are, in fact, spoiled, destroyed, so they are very much focused on the disease, but to use these technologies to think about how do we want this health system for the future. So how do we get away from that to a model that comes from a 21st, 22nd, 23rd century, which has to do with living longer but better, with more quality. And that's the truth. We are already witnessing companies coming up with huge investments. Of course, the United States and the Asian Southeast are predominant, namely India and China, also South Korea, and Europe is in the middle. But what is quite shocking when we look at this picture of the globe is the absence of investment in the average and low-income countries, so Latin America, Africa, and the poorer countries of Asia. So this reveals that there is a huge digital division between the richer and the poor. But what artificial intelligence can do is, at the same time that it can be the big equalizer in societies, it can also be what causes a bigger division. And so, if we don't create a suitable governance model, we can get to a circumstance of a huge increase of inequalities. And so leaving a big part of the population behind. It's our responsibility as Europeans, as citizens of the world, to bear this in mind. And if we look at the AI patents, this is part of the last global report, we are in an increasing exponential growth of patents, which are a proxy for the future. regarding the entrance in the market of technologies. And this is being made because of China, responsible for 61% of the total of artificial intelligence, then the United States, and then Europe and Great Britain are only responsible for 2%. Europe is a little bit behind. As Europeans, it's essential to look at this and to understand that we are risking, due to the geopolitical power that AI can bring, we are progressing at a huge velocity to a bipolarized world with huge negative consequences at several levels. And Europe has to have a leading role. And we are going through today, just like the Far West. So each region, each country is doing whatever it wants regarding AI. There are many countries with no regulation whatsoever in the health field. Other countries, for example, the United States, the executive order of President Biden, created an international community to debate all these issues, governance, and at the same time, President Trump is threatening to destroy all this. In Europe, we saw a law being approved of artificial intelligence that the member states have 24 months to implement, counting from August last year. Many of these European countries ask for our help because in the specific field of health, there's not a lot of clarity and how they can do that legislation. And we see different countries going into different directions. And so we must look at other countries, not only China and the United States. We must look at Pakistan or Colombia, and many countries have no abilities to respond. And so this global fragmentation is one of the biggest challenges that we have, and decelerates the technologies that can help the health of people. So we have them, but people don't have access to it. Another challenge has to do with the fast evolving AI. And so the truth, if we put the weight on the adjustment of legislation depending on the government and the parliaments everywhere in the world, they won't have the ability to keep up. And so politicians have to lose and have the courage to stop their power and trust the regulating bodies, and working together if we want to have any kind of chance to guarantee that regulation keeps up with the development of technologies. Then we have the data concerns, and something which says a lot to Infarmed, for example, has to be strongly invested, which is the post-market surveillance. It's not enough to assess the technology at the moment when it goes into the market, but to guarantee that we have systems in the market detecting potential risks or failures that these algorithms can have in the health of citizens, of patients, and detecting that as soon as possible in order to mitigate risks. Because this is a reality that, just like any other technology in the field of health, is that the idea that the AI can be perfect before being used is a false idea. This is not true. We must have mechanisms that allow to mitigate the risk and increase the benefit, just like we do with drugs or medical devices. Myself, as a physician, when I prescribe an antibiotic to a patient, I'm worried if that antibiotic is the most suited to that specific patient in that specific dosage. And so we need to have something that guarantees the health professional, the user, the patient, when they use these technologies, that they can do it without having to think about safety. Many times we don't use technologies afraid of the negative effects. So the challenge is the lack of effective governance of AI in health increases risks, real risks for citizens, and also the lack of trust, so the distrust and slow adoption of responsible AI solutions that can lead to better health outcomes for all. And so Health AI, we are a non-profit organization, and we are partners with the Health World Organization, and this is the Health AI governance role. So we are a bridge. From the left side, we have the regulatory bodies, just like the OECD, etc., that define the rules, the guidelines. We don't define guidelines. And on the other side, we have the regulatory bodies that validate AI solutions. And so we are a kind of bridge between these two, the normative bodies and the regulatory bodies. We are in the middle, helping to interpret and to adapt technologies at the international level for the local context, and through our technical assistance to guarantee that countries are able to have the necessary competence to be able to validate the technologies. And so we start in our strategy to gather several countries where we work as technical partners to create those mechanisms to guarantee the validation of those tools. Then we connect to the regulating bodies in a global network, a regulatory network, and it allows to start a surveillance mechanism. So if there is an AI algorithm in Singapore or in Brazil or in Switzerland that shows any kind of risk, we can just raise a red flag, allowing in real time to intervene, avoiding to cause damages in large scale, allowing that the regulator so instead of the technology being used and able to damage the health of citizens. And then we are working in creating a global repository, and as legislators approve those technologies, the technologies appear on a platform that allow what kind of technologies there are, who developed them, and what entity, what body approved them. And we are already working with Norway, Canada, Singapore, the United Kingdom, Spain, and we hope to see Portugal in the future in this front line. And we find that is essential to have a practical community. So this effort that I mentioned to create a global governance model to accelerate the benefits from the technologies in the field of health depends on our ability to gather not only governments, etc., but also academia, associations of patients, which are essential to determine the success. So how do we measure the results together, the civil society? So we can join all these people. So we created a practical community where all institutions are invited to be a part of, so that together we can work in order to create a governance model, a global governance model that can contribute to better health for everybody. And we can only do that if we do it at a global scale in a community. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigada.
Thank you for your brilliant presentations. It became clear that we need a cross-cutting vision when it comes to AI. Now I will give the floor to Professor Gonçalo. Once again, welcome. And so now we'll focus more on Portugal. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to start by thanking the invitation that was addressed to me by Infarmed and thank Chairman Rui Santivo. It's a great pleasure to be here. Also greet Erika, Joana, and my dear friend Ricardo Batista Leite, someone I have admired for a long time. I try to reflect a bit on health digitization and integration, and to share with you some data, some already mentioned by Ricardo. I think I can complement a bit that vision, focusing more on Portugal. Something that is interesting has to do with the opinion of the Portuguese when it comes to health. Regarding to the Eurobarometer from April 2024, health is the second topic that worries the Portuguese. You may think that the Portuguese are hypochondriacs. Well, or maybe there are reasons for concern. Maybe because of the responses of the NHS or the conditions that the Portuguese feel, or how they feel that their health is doing, also considering the aging of our population. And Portugal is the second in the aging population. It is expected that in 2015 we will have 3.4 million elderly in Portugal. So we have 13% of the population that is 13% of the population is below 15 years of age. So we have an inverted pyramid. And so this is a big challenge for health systems, because with more longevity, and of course that is something that resulted from an improvement in health and an achievement of the 5 decades of democracy. But of course, that was done at the expense of health services, and it means there is more longevity, there is more aging, and there is a challenging context. And Portugal has seen its life expectancy increase alongside its European partners, but data show that the last few years of life have worse quality vis-a-vis other European countries. And of course that is also related to the quality of the care provided, so that should also concern us. Ricardo mentioned something that I completely agree with. We need to change our outlook when it comes to healthcare, given this aging of the population, and to go from a reactive approach focused on illness to an outlook focused on prevention, since we know we're going to have more people that will live longer. So we need to ensure that this population has a healthier life, and this requires prevention and not focusing so more on treating illnesses. This, of course, is related to our habits. And here the news is not good. 7 out of 10 Portuguese say that they never exercise. So we are lacking a healthy lifestyle. And so the future won't be as healthy, of course. And when it comes to prevention, as Ricardo mentioned, of the money that we spend on health, 26 million that we spent on health, only 3.2% are used on prevention. So we should focus more on prevention and avoid overwhelming the NHS in the present and in the future, and just responding and reacting to illnesses. On the other hand, when thinking of integration, healthcare is quite fragmented, and we believe that we should have local health plans that should be defined and implemented, and we need an integrated and coordinated response across the entire healthcare network. So this is, of course, related to the topic of our session. And of course, information technology and even AI can play a fundamental role. I'm not a physician as Ricardo, and so I cannot talk about the impact of AI on healthcare. But I would like to reflect on the integration of the system and the use of data. And that I think that information technologies and AI can play an essential role when it comes to having a rational use of resources and knowing the data. We have little access to data. We don't know the reality well, and so we don't have a proper and efficient use of the scarce resources that we have available, and so that need to be maximized. In 2023, we created the European Space of Health Data, supported by the European Parliament, and we think that Portugal should be prepared for this new reality. This will allow us to accelerate diagnosis, facilitate how patients navigate the health system to increase health gains and to decrease healthcare costs. Since 2013, in thinking about investment in health, so since 2013 that health expenditure has increased, so we're not divesting from health, there rather has been an increase. And current expenditure reached 26 billion, around 10% of the GDP. But we don't have full knowledge, we're not fully aware of the results that we are producing. We need, of course, to be accountable to taxpayers, and Portuguese taxpayers feel that are investing more and more in health, but they don't really feel the return on that investment, or that the return is not fully guaranteed. And that is seen, obviously, in the fact that health is one of the major concerns of the Portuguese. So it's important that when we are investing 10% of the GDP, that there is return and that it is an efficient investment. We should promote data collection and analysis so that we can share information in a transparent way, and so we can have in-depth knowledge of the results of this investment in health. And then we can make informed decisions. And this is something that is essential for us at our foundation, is the basis of our activity, be it in health or other sectors. The importance of knowledge that is provided by data and designing public policies according to the data. We cannot design the proper public policies without knowing the reality. One of the serious problems that we have in Portugal, although not only in Portugal, but I would say that here it is particularly serious, is designing public policies without knowing the actual reality, without having the data. And then we can make the biggest mistakes. and it can lead to a lot of waste, especially in such a vital area. We're not talking about a marginal issue to Portuguese society. We're talking about investing 10% of the GDP, 26 billion, and it has to do with the health of the Portuguese. So it is a vital area, and we detect a lack of in-depth knowledge of the data. That is the information that we have. And data integration, the ability to have an encompassing analysis of the data so we can have proper public policies. So everything suggests that we need a new paradigm, aging population, these demographic changes, and the reality of the health of the Portuguese, this change in paradigm shifting from illnesses to prevention. So this means adopting a new paradigm, focusing on promoting and maintaining health, in detriment of an exclusive focus on treatment, so prevent illnesses to ensure that the people who live longer live better, healthier. And of course, because treatment will probably be more expensive as conditions are more serious, we need to invest in technology, and technological innovation can mean gains in diagnosis and in treatment, and once again, data integration. And this is my reflection, and I'm available for any questions you might have. Thank you.
Muito obrigada.
Thank you for this reflection, for this sharing, for this share of this vision and the importance of data. We know that they are very important for all decisions. Now I give the floor to Joana Lamego. She's going to present her project, Bridge AI, with the goal of making a bridge between the entrepreneurial and the academic world. So thank you very much for coming. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President of the Infarmed. Let's exercise after lunch, shall we? And so on behalf of the team, this is not only my project, on behalf of my whole team, I thank you for the invitation to be here with you and to present to you Bridge AI. I have this responsibility to talk after Ricardo and after Gonçalo, and to talk to you after lunch. So to exercise a little bit, answer me yes or no by raising your hand or shaking. Who has heard about this project? Yes is to raise the hand, okay? So three people have heard about the project. We are failing people. So the origin of the project, it's from a pioneer bid of studies of a call for science policy 2023. So we applied in the first edition, now it's the second edition, and we would like it to exist beyond the end of the program. What was the challenge? First, they talked to the bodies which were in the government in 2022, and they talked about the needs. What were the needs between the several ministries? They felt they had to, of course, hear the community, to understand the data and to have access to the interconnected data. So to anticipate the act, Ricardo already explained, and so I can move on. So these 4 young people, we are all young people, so we decided to take on this challenge. So we all work in our different institutions, and we all decided it was time to place Portugal in the vanguard of something instead of waiting to see what the rest of the member states were going to do and then follow the examples. Usually we are very good students doing that, but we didn't want that. We are young, we are going to try. And so it's António Novaes and Nuno André, part of the Mbabo. I collaborate with the Foundation Chapalimau and Helena from another institution. So we have all the fields of our society. So to implement a regulation such as the AI Act, so who has already looked at the regulation, at the law? And will you do it for the second time? So it's very difficult. So Ricardo had a wonderful analysis, and I'm going to tell you what fascinates me the most. I'm a scientist. Because there's no consensus in the scientific community about the true risks and about the true potentialities of AI. So we are not sure of that. So it's challenging. We are young. Perhaps we should look at this opportunity. So the opportunity to think that it's possible to regulate for innovation. So we do not agree with the idea and the fears that the regulation will block innovation. This will only happen if we let it. To implement this regulation, when we started to think about this, we thought that besides the law complexity, all the compliance part, all these parts are essential, of course. But we found that it was very important to bring other areas, namely ethics and literacy. So more informed societies understand best the risks and the opportunities, and they will benefit from the advantages, and they defend from the risks. And so we brought the several sectors: public administration, industry, and civil society. And so how are we doing that? We decided that the way was an action framework, not a theory framework. So we could start with real cases. Do they exist? Of course. There are a lot of companies which are developing products AI-based, and so it's with them that we have to talk to, and we have to understand what kind of difficulties they feel to put their products in the market. These are the founding partners. So these were the entities that were able to work, and we are very grateful. And we did an engagement of more entities, and we were very surprised. How could we, in a project which is quite modest, but to mobilize all these people? Maybe you recognize some of these faces, but what I can tell you is that they represent a multidisciplinarity that I did not see in Portugal. Not only Portuguese people here, but also foreigners. And so this is the stage, the phase that I'm a fan of, the case studies. So we have 4 companies that are part of the Center for. Who has heard about the Center for AI? It's a mobilizing agenda. Who has heard about this bit, PRF? So these bodies are developing products based on AI, and they helped us to identify the needs that they are feeling themselves. One of them is Halo. It was already presented in several forums, just like the Web Summit, several summits. And Halo is an innovation which uses AI and non-invasive. It's about trying to help people with ELA, for instance. The risks are huge. And so, based on these case studies, we joined all the faces that you saw in several work groups, according to the expertise that they bring to us. They analyzed through several lenses. So, risk assessment, AI advanced, AI ethics in regulatory processes, AI interface, and what goes on outside of Europe. These different groups met in a pro bono. Nobody is getting any kind of wages, compensation. It's all for the common good. So they met virtually during several weeks. They got to preliminary recommendations, and they needed to talk with the other groups. So we joined all these people in a two-day workshop, and they wanted one more day, but they could not. And then there was a public presentation of this initiative, and we dared to go down that auditorium. Who knows that auditorium? From the Champollion Foundation. That has 400 people. We almost filled in good weather on a Saturday afternoon. So we had teachers, we had members of the parliament, we had a countless number of people that said, we are here, we want to know more about the subject, and we were not there, otherwise you would know about the project. So, a preliminary recommendation of each working group, an idea of what we have been working on. So, before that, we need agility, continuity, and talent. This was focused on every intervention. So, technology is progressing in a fast pace. Well, continuity. Well, we have to do this on, it seems to be simple, but it isn't. We need talent. Who is going to do it? We need talent, talent, and talent. In the regulatory entities, the entities who do the research, who do the analysis, who render healthcare. So we need talent. And we must not fear to want that kind of talent in Portugal. Then, what about the adaptation of an already existing tool? So, we have the GUIA. Who has heard about the GUIA? That lady saves me all the time. I'm going to talk to you at the end of the presentation. So, between the AI, it started to develop a GUIA, and the lady is saying yes, is nodding. And so now we're going to improve it, bringing the feedback from the private sector. And so we have worked very hard until we reached this preliminary conclusion. The ethics group suggests that there is the development of a methodology of ethics for the analysis of products. The work group of the red teaming suggests that there is a plan of red teaming. The work group with the advanced training and literacy was brilliant. They did not know how to start because there are no data. We do not know the level of skills of AI in Portugal. For the digital area, we know, but we do not know for AI. And so we must have a national campaign of literacy in AI. What about outside the EU? What the other regions of the world are doing? We heard Ricardo about Europe getting behind. Yes, and there's a colleague who has a sentence, well, let's see if we don't miss the last car of the innovation train. And so we must identify a testing environment for AI regulatory sandboxes. So who knows what are regulatory sandboxes? I was waiting for more. Do you know what are sandboxes for children to play in parks? Well, it's more or less like that. So that companies can develop their products. So companies are developing their products and they don't know if they are going to have a high or a low risk. They have to have an environment where they can do it and bring the risk levels to acceptable levels. And so we are going to lose innovation that must be applied, for instance, to the health sector. And last but not least, well, next steps. We must do this positional paper for the Portuguese AP. So we're going to work together with public administration, otherwise it does not make any sense, and we will place them. We will send those recommendations, policy-oriented, about the fundamental elements of the regulation of AI. And so to bring AI in a responsible way to our country. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigada a todos por esta excelente.
Thank you all for your excellent presentations. We started with an overarching vision and the potential of AI and health gains, sustainability, contributing the sustainability of healthcare, and also its role when it comes to personalizing care, and how we can think about the systems that, healthcare systems that we want for the future, but also some risks in terms of the digital divide of not reaching everyone, and so issues related to literacy and the adoption of these new realities. And so now we'll open the floor for questions. Yes, we have a raised hand, please. Please just introduce yourself and then ask your question. I'm Santiago. I'm a professor at the Faculty of Medicine. I work on prevention and capacity building for public health. First, I would like to thank the chairman of Infarmed, Dr. Rui Santos Sil, and I'd like to thank you for this brilliant conference with all of these experts sharing, but also representatives of civil society. Secondly, I would like to thank Gonçalo, because the right choices in health require the promotion of health and prevention, and of course that for that Bridge AI will be very relevant. But to have capacity building, we need, of course, more investment in literacy and communication in public health. And I wanted to thank you. I learned a lot. I had already heard you on Observador. And it is the way how you communicate that touches people, that reaches people, and that's why you have so many people working pro bono. And that's how we created our institution, working with the Faculty of Medicine, but working in the field, and of course asking the help of the pharmaceutical industry, because schools don't have the means to do that. But I would like to praise you both and ask you a question. So how, in a very short and simple way, can we mobilize all the stakeholders that are needed? That is not investing so much into medicines. Of course, it is needed, and I heard the representative of Pogen saying that oncological patients cannot wait, and of course not, and I speak from experience, but those that, for example, those 7 out of 10 that do not exercise at all. So I'll give the floor. So that's for me the question. It's for both. It's for both, I believe. Well, I don't know how to answer. Resources cannot be stretched, especially the state budget. If we're going to increase the tax burden, if we're going to increase literacy and the funding for literacy, what we do? Are we going to get it from oncology patients? No. I'm a fan of trying to do what we did. If I tell you the value of the project, you'll laugh. It's very modest. It could not pay anyone. But we're able to get the people to start it off. And so we need partnerships. We need the private, public, and social sectors. The state can start it off, but cannot be responsible. And Gonçalo will probably complement this with these great ideas, but it will help mobilize civil society. What do I mean? This is a pioneering initiative. I think there's never been anything like this. So governmental entities admitting that they need help and they need to mobilize civil society. Instead of we guessing what they need, they will tell us what they need. And so we'll say, we'll need this, and the market will mobilize. Social, private, and we'll do our best to mobilize the necessary entities. We do not have any other financial support, and we did not need it. We have law experts, something that is quite good. We have researchers. We have a lot of people, and all the entities said, go and do your best. And what we need is for us to bear in mind that we have that ability to mobilize people. We have to identify our champions, and we need to kick off and just get to work. And I thank you for your compliment, although you made me feel a bit awkward, but you helped us a lot present our ideas with this additional partner that joined us, specializing in communication. And what was very important, they motivate us to go beyond our usual community. And they made us talk to, for example, to Parliament. We presented the project to the first permanent committee, and we got there. We never thought we could. I don't know if I answered your question, but the idea is just to get to work. I really agree. It seems that we've agreed on this prior to the panel. But Essentially, what I would like to say, when we talk about a change in paradigm, it involves the stakeholders, civil society, and everyone. Because we looked at health issues like, well, the state will solve it. If one of us gets sick, there'll be a hospital, a medicine, and that's not sustainable. And in the demographic context that we have, in the demographic horizon that we have, that's truly not possible. It's not going to solve the problems. It's going to create bigger problems that we cannot even imagine. So this mobilization of civil society when it comes to health issues is absolutely essential. Setting up networks with the different institutions of civil society to truly mobilize civil society. And then this will raise awareness among all citizens, and this is absolutely essential. And this is the work that Joana, the Champalimau Foundation, is doing, and many others like the Catholic University. And I'm very pleased to see all of these partners, because only with the mobilization of communicators, law experts, physicians, scientists, can lead to that shift in paradigm for us to focus on prevention and to see that we can have a bright future for everyone, but for that we truly need to mobilize people, and something that hasn't happened yet. I don't want to leave the state out of it, or public entities. And precisely we have Infarmed here inviting civil society to be here. They're not shut off from society, they rather opened. And so it's an objective that it's important for everyone. So only working together towards this common goal can we achieve it. I don't know if you would like to add something regarding the debate that we have here. Well, I think most things have been said, but I completely agree with you. To achieve this social change, we have to mobilize civil society, and it is possible as long as we want to trigger that change. But political will also needs to keep up. So political will, political power. And so we need to translate this into specific concrete measures that requires the NHS, what we now call our NHS, to spread its wing to include people. And we have to move from an illness-centered system to a prevention-centered system. And of course, we have to coordinate everything. We need to have more alignment between the economy and finances and well-being. So we need metrics also to understand how we can decrease the disease burden, but also to have financial incentives, and then involve civil society to understand the health gains. What do we want to measure? Because the patients themselves know about the impact of their illness or illnesses. But of course there is a risk, and it's very well reported in a book called Power and Progress. And whenever we've had new technologies in the last few decades, promised that the entire world would benefit. But new technologies usually lead to a concentration of power and wealth. Just a few people, a few entities benefit, and the rest of the population is left behind. Some of the exceptions is when we had a technological revolution from the start. we're able to mobilize to transform this implementation so that it could be transparent and inclusive. So that would be a responsible application and use of AI. And since now we're starting off this intelligence revolution, it's very important, and it seems that civil society in Portugal is organized. We just need to press on. I don't know if there are any further questions. I think there is a raised hand. People seem to have warmed up. I'm Rita Bayan from the Santa Maria Hospital. I have a very practical question for the entire panel. Knowing that there are companies in Portugal selling software value-based healthcare for also better health decision-making, how is it that as a physician in a public hospital, can be sure that the software doing machine learning won't use my patient's data? And I might want to optimize the software, and a company might want to optimize the software. How can I be sure that I'm not in breach of the the general data protection regulation? How can I be sure that I'm not breaching the law as a physician or a head of a health entity? It's a very pertinent question. I'll give the floor to Gonçalo. Well, now I can use all my law expertise. Well, first, we need to look at the data protection regulation with some common sense, as we should do with all regulation. Otherwise, we'll get the idea that Europe regulates and the US innovates. That was the reaction to the AI Act. But we need to be careful with that approach. We don't want to paralyze innovation in Europe, and we might be overtaken by the US or even to Asia. So we need to be careful. Of course, that both the issue of data and AI raise concerns and present risks, especially when we're talking about health data, extremely sensitive data, and that's precisely how the regulation classifies it. And technology, nevertheless, and when I did my initial presentation, I talked about the importance of data to define public policies for the efficiency of the system. So we cannot, on the one hand, to say that we want to use the data to benefit healthcare and then prevent them from being available. But of course that here regulatory entities play a very important role. They continue to be concerned with these aspects. But of course that these issues are more and more important. But it is certainly possible, and Ricardo certainly knows, to anonymize data, to collect data without being in breach of the regulation and still use them for the benefit of the industry. The fact that they're private entities, for me, is not a problem. We also private entities that manufacture medicines, and then the regulators ensure that when they are administered to patients, they are not harmful. So if this is possible in terms of the substance that are administered to us, we can also do it in terms of software and technological evolution. What I would like to say as a law expert is that we need a sensible interpretation of the laws that are enacted and not panic. So now I'll give the floor to Ricardo to address this a bit controversial topic. It is essential, I would say. Definitely. Because it is one of the things that is stopping innovation, because of how sensitive data are. The technology is not used because professionals, healthcare professionals, are afraid of the legal consequences. Having said this, it is essential to have a regulatory model to respond to this challenge. It can create the proper framework for those who develop the technologies, those who implement the technologies. If we have a governance model, well-defined governance model, and then also the post-market surveillance, if after they're marketed we can assess and see how it is doing, if real-world evidence is confirming the expectations, or if unexpected risks emerged. All of this is essential to build trust towards technology. If we do not do this, we run the risk of having a lot of technology being developed, a lot of investment, but then the systems do not absorb, do not adopt, and patients and professionals do not use them. So it is essential to address the regulatory issue. And a lot of countries have understood that and are moving at a fast pace. Even within the EU, some countries are taking advantage of the AI Act of the EU and use it for healthy use, to have a regulatory model, and to create the sandbox, which is mandatory for all member states now. But when it comes to sensitive data, we already have technology developed in Portugal, namely, that allows us to extract information to make health and management decisions without even removing data from the platforms, using work packages. You can get into the systems, collect the information. It might not even be structured or organized, but to extract information without needing that anonymizing is lengthy and expensive, and AI can help us with that. It is just about wanting to do this. We have here an extraordinary opportunity. There are several companies, international and Portuguese companies, that can help us with that, and regulatory entities also have the opportunity to lead, to bring the several stakeholders together to create the solutions to serve the population, which is why we work every day, obviously. Thank you, Ricardo. Joanna, just a question for you. What are the next steps and the desirable steps for this initiative that you so well presented? Well, excellent. What we would like was to proceed with this. We don't want this just to be put in a drawer. We like this to be used by public administration. So we're working beyond the goals of the project. We're trying to understand how we can mobilize people who can help the entities in the field to work on literacy, because we're able to mobilize already the entities at the national level. But I forgot to tell you that We're also testing a new methodologies to see if we could have different entities and people. So this is also a proof of concept that we would like to test in other areas. And this initiative has been very well received in Europe. We were pioneers here in Portugal to mobilize civil society for something that may seem boring, like regulations. Usually people don't like it, just law experts and those who implement the legislation. So we're trying to do this with a transnational approach to see how we can mobilize Europe. If it's difficult in Portugal, imagine Europe, but that's what we're going to try to do. Well, I know that there would be many more questions, but we already delayed, so I would ask you just for a final comment. I would start with Ricardo. Well, I would like to thank you again for this opportunity. Portugal, because of its size and the maturity of the regulatory framework, and since it has an organized NHS, has all the conditions to be a leader, not just in Europe, but the world. So I would leave you with a call to action to take advantage of this opportunity to have a truly universal NHS that does not leave anyone behind. We need to transform the system, focusing on well-being and using the full potential of AI technologies to increase even more the roles that are important for humans, compassion. And so with such an extraordinary opportunity, I call upon you to, and call upon everyone not to miss it. Thank you, Ricardo Gonçalo. Just a few words. One, to thank you, to thank Infarmed for this opportunity and to congratulate you. I think that this shift in paradigm that we talked about is very present here in this reflection and this conference. And I would like to make myself available as a member of a civil society foundation. We are available to Infarmed and other institutions to address these topics in depth, and so we can all collect and analyze data and work towards improving the health of the Portuguese. Thank you. Joanna, you are leaving me to last. Well, so what can I say after this? Well, I would ask you to altogether get to work. In our entities, we have all of our separate entities. We have great knowledge. We are a small country, but Singapore is as well, and Ireland. So let's use the knowledge that we have. Let's try to do things differently, to collaborate more towards the common good and make the country move forward. Thank you to all of you. Thank you so much. Thank you to all of you. The conversation will continue, but outside we'll have a coffee break, and we'll be back at 4:15.
Sejam de novo.
Welcome once again for the fourth part and final part of our conference. And we will keep on talking about digitalization and integration that are changing all the stages of the cycle of the medicine, from research, development, distribution, and also the follow-up of the patients. So we want to talk about this subject to hear new perspectives with the guests from the last panel. And I would like to call to the stage Tiago Rodrigues from Task Force Digital Transformation from Infarmed, Zaid Frias from the European Agency of Medicine, EMA, Xavier Barreto from the Portuguese Association of Hospital Administrators, José Borbinha from the Technical Superior Institute at the University of Lisbon, and Patrícia Patrício from the Health Cluster, Portugal. And this conversation will be chaired by Carlos Lima Alves from Infarmed. Good afternoon. First of all, I would like, and I belong to the administration board of Infarmed, but we are very pleased with the success that we are feeling in this conference. Already yesterday we felt that in this pre-conference symposium. Good afternoon, everybody, members of the panel. I would like to just say a few words. We want to hear your presentations, and I believe that this panel will be sharing experiences and visions regarding the digital transformation. So we are aware that we are going through a period where we need to implement and to follow up what others are already doing in order to keep ourselves updated. And so I would like you to respect 12 minutes of presentation with a 25% tolerance. And then we will have a debate open to everyone. So I would like to introduce to you Tiago. Tiago is one of our collaborators, and he is a pharmacist, and he has a postgraduate in law. Also a postgraduate in hospital administration and management of health services. And he works for Infarmed. And he integrates now our task force of digital transformation in a work dedicated to AI. Tiago, the floor is yours. Good afternoon, everybody. I would like to thank the administration board to be here present. I would like to greet my colleagues of the panel. Besides being the youngest, I have a curriculum which is not guided towards the digital. And so I'm sure that I will learn a lot from you. I'm on behalf of the team of digital transformation, and I would like to underline and to thank for the support of several people that provided some tips with me. So I would like to present to you some of our perspectives and development within Infarmed. So it became clear that we are living in a more complex world In the digital area, there are some trends that influence and affect the science, the health sector and society in general, connectivity not only of people and of objects with the Internet of Things and with the networks 5 and 6G. The virtualization of the work contexts with impact in which is the work model and the motivation of our teams, and last but not least, the speed that the training circulates, and so we have new demands and needs every day at the European level. We have been having some developments with the goals of big changes where technologies can be used to change methodologies, business, European data space with a set of practices, infrastructures for the governance of the space, data in health, and so there are some examples to which it's important to pay attention to that will have an impact on our activity, and it's essential to guarantee the competitiveness of the European Union. And so the European system has been making some initiatives and some actions. But I would like to underline that the use of digital tools, the analytical ability of data, is also an objective of our European network for 2025. At Infarmed, we are preparing all these developments, and we need to frame that all the big legal frameworks that are part of our object of our work have undergone big changes in the recent years. So medical devices, etc., and also the reform of pharmaceutical legislation, what creates a context and a single and unique moment for this. In the strategic plan of Infarmed, it's the vision for our institution to be one of the best authorities of the European Union, acknowledged by its ability to innovate. And this is only possible through the transformation of the organization itself and the adoption of an innovation agenda by everyone who is a part of the organization. We wanted to include several objectives in a very summarized way, people and teams prepared and with the proper abilities to perform their jobs, a simplification of processes, digital services, to promote the efficiency, a proactive activity, but that also promotes answers for the scientific, technical, and economical activity, and the adoption of collaborative tools that stimulate the work, the common work within the organization, but also our interaction with the outside and the interested parties, and of course the use of data and the knowledge management. In order to achieve this, we have participated in several initiatives at European level that allowed us to accumulate experience and knowledge and to participate in these European developments, so to contribute for the building of the present and the future of the network. So we were told about the Daron EU with the goal of giving real-life data. The project creates the necessary conditions for the connection of data in health of high quality. throughout Europe. Carla Torres already talked to us about that. We are talking about 20 bodies involved that make available the data of 130 million European patients from 13 countries of the European Union. These data are local, and whenever possible, through a common data model, these data circulate within the network, and they are used when they are most needed. But much more than a network is also a network of services and knowledge that creates evidence. Besides, we have participated in Real for Edge, so it's the accessibility of data to 4 countries, and the definition of methods which allow the application of AI in different dimensions, in different of the life cycle of the medicine. Well, UNICOM was a joint action, and the focus was on the implementation of the ISO regulations. It's not possible to be applied to all sets of data, but these ISO regulations, which allow the identification of medicine, if used and generalized, they can contribute for the science and for the regulatory activity, which will allow us a better performance in our activity. But for the future implementation of trans-border services, at the internal level, we created a team in April. And so the first big moment of this group was to design an action plan for 2024. So to define a model. So we added some layers to this team by spreading our activity to several areas: financial area, communication area, etc. Then we defined as objective to have a digital strategy for 25, 26, and then another axis. So how can we mobilize all the teams and all the people? Our first initiative, we had a first edition last Friday. So the transforming mornings. First of all, then we had a network of innovation and experimenting. Then we have a regulatory and intelligence team, and a regulatory team and artificial intelligence. We have the capacity building of resources, then the involvement and participation of the stakeholders. Then we have tools of productivity and collaborative work. So we have to try to understand how we can incorporate all this. We have to have here not only the context of the regulatory network, but what is being done within the public administration and in the public bodies. And we also want to identify what is the impact of the new regulation of AI has in our activities of regulation and our own internal activities. it's essential that in our interaction with the citizens and the companies, we create the conditions to be able to identify problems. So we will have to have some computer science solutions. And then we also are focusing on the capacity building of the workers, the participation of the stakeholders, and to implement tools that foster productivity. Looking at the future, so Infarmed as organization has a digital strategy 25-26. Maybe we will have a small delay to create permanent collaborations with the scientific and technological system, with the academia. So to have this permanent bridge with the academia, and to create some initiatives and some pilot projects in innovation and organizational experimentation. And we have 2 initiatives being created involving AI, one in the field of AM, and another one for the design of a predictive model for the ruptures of medicine and its mitigation. And then we want to invest in backbone systems of Infarmed. Because we acknowledge its importance.
E soluções para.
So what are our main challenges? Infarmed has a very big history, and I was telling Vasco Betancourt that we had mega scanners where all the information was digitalized and circulated in Infarmed. In 1998, it was something. It was a very important step and shows this aptitude of the organization towards the innovation. But much more than a dematerialized institution, we want a leadership organization. And so with intelligent systems that support automation, with an analytical capacity to give a decision power to the decision-making strategies or structures. And it was already mentioned, the technical ability and the resource availability. Infarmed is in a highly competitive sector with some difficulties where it becomes more complex to get and retain talent at the level of technologies where there's a clear competitiveness in the market. And when we look at a German scenario with 150 workers, and we haven't been able to achieve that yet. And obviously to keep a policy of involvement of the interested parties, the stakeholders, in the design of new systems and solutions. And to finish, last week I had the opportunity to hear Professor Stockola. He's very well known in the field of health, who was talking to us about the importance of change and to prepare this path. And at a certain time, he said something like, when you change people's work, you change parts of people themselves. So this was said by Scott Wallace from the Value Institute for Health and Care at Dell Medical School. And so that's the big challenge. How can we motivate people and give them the safety to be able to change for a common good? Thank you very much.
Muito obrigado, Tiago.
Thank you, Tiago. I will give the floor right away to Zaid Frias. With a master's in pharmaceutical science and management, and a long career in the regulatory context, of course, with a lot of experience at EMA, and also when it comes to medicinal products for human use. Since 2020, and the reason why she is here, probably, she is head of digital business transformation at EMA.
Yeah. Okay, perfect. So, dear ladies and gentlemen, well, first and foremost, a big thank you for inviting me here today at the Infarmed Annual Symposium, and a special thanks to you, Dr. Rui Santos Ivo. It's a true honor. My talk is about digital transformation in the EU regulatory space, and I'd like to stimulate with you a debate on how EU and EMA are actually advancing on their journey, which is both on integration and innovation, and I will do that with specific focus on AI. The usual disclaimers. After 25 years EMA, I do not have any conflict of interest anymore. So, back to the topic. The world around us is changing, and the biggest hype is no longer the pandemic. I think the biggest hype is really artificial intelligence. And what is also changing is actually, for us regulators to stay relevant, it's no longer only about staying up to date on science and regulatory matters, but you're increasingly actually having a role and being an active party to enabling digital transformation. Now, we believe that AI is a catalyst for a new regulatory era, and we believe honestly that this is, it will revolutionize how we work and how we support innovation. The big question that we have to ask ourselves, are we prepared to lead the change? And with that, I'd like to make reference to two key documents. I think it was mentioned in an earlier panel as well. We have the European Medicines Agency Network Strategy to 2028. It's still out for consultation, so feel free to beef it up if you think it's not appropriate. But I would like to emphasize Theme 2 specifically, which is referring to leveraging data, digitalization, and AI. And I also would like to say that it is not intended to be just incremental gains. It's really designed to basically be transforming the way we work and the way we lead. And I think very much a call for embracing AI in terms of experimentation, AI innovation, but also AI in data-driven decision-making. Then a word on the second topic, which is the AI multi-annual work plan. I would say exactly 1 year ago, in November, we organized a public workshop where we, with stakeholders, were discussing how to prepare a roadmap on AI and to deliver that roadmap to a benefit for public health, public and animal health, in fact. And the output is referred to as the joint EMA-HMA AI work plan. First, it's a first one worldwide, and I think it's very much a clear statement of intent that we want to lead the change, as I was mentioning earlier. So what is the ambition of the European Medicines Regulatory Network? Well, for a start, the vision is to create a regulatory system that is harnessing the capabilities of AI in two distinct areas. One is about personal productivity, process automation, and systems efficiency, and I think it can very much relate to the conversations earlier on sustainability. I do think Brexit and also the pandemic left some scars in the regulatory network, and there is an urge to look at how to do things more efficiently and with less resources, so that you really have your assessors being able to spend their time on what is critical for supporting benefit to public health. The other element, besides productivity, is increased insights into data and strengthened decision support, and that's of course critical to stay relevant in the core of our mission. And all together, both together, I think, designed or shall I say, supported to have benefit and public health. Well, we've just heard Tiago and your journey. I know it's a little bit shorter, but I thought also, as we have quite a few colleagues from Infarmed, and it's always nice to see you, I thought just to say that the big hype on AI actually for most people started only, let's say, a year and a half ago, when sophisticated tools like ChatGPT somehow we were made available to the public, and we all started to somehow use this kind of fascinating tool. Anybody, basically, the public, researchers, as well as regulators. So I'd like to take a moment to get through the journey that we did at EMA. And indeed, I think it's important to see that the journey started actually way earlier. I think we can say that we started our journey in 2020. And in fact, I've mentioned Brexit earlier, but during Brexit, we actually went in the kind of a business continuity mode where a lot of activities not considered critical to survive, let's say, that transition, were put on hold. Later on, we had even the COVID. But just to say that when we came out of Brexit and the pandemic, we were at the moment discussing, shall we just pick up what we did 2 years ago, or shall we now actually reflect on how we can future-proof the agency instead? And so I think with that in mind, our previous director, Guido Rasi, at the time, decided to design or to create 4 task forces. And 2 of those task forces are actually very much built to dedicate time and resources to develop capabilities in relation to the use of AI, but with complementary focus. And I need to say it, so anything related to data analytics and methods is my colleague Peter Arlett in charge, and with a focus on health data and healthcare analytics. And the digital business transformation task force, which is my own, is led the process analytics side and the productivity part of the EMA. Looking back, I think you must agree with me that it was quite a good call, no, to create something ahead, because for us, when the hype came, it was not really a surprise. We had already 4 years under the belt. So then specifically led from my task force, we set up an analytics center of excellence, a small group of data scientists that were actually going out to business, and I'm talking EMA, internal EMA business, asking, well, what can we help you with? And so a lot of business needs were identified, and they started to develop applications to support those business needs. Now, maybe, I don't know about the ones of those of you from Infarmed, maybe you can think of a process like this, but we ended up having so many business needs identified that we could actually not manage with the few data scientists I had. So that's when we created the DigiLab, which is actually kind of an innovation framework that would use criteria to prioritize the business needs identified. You would do it, is the feasibility, how many resources do we gain, is it worth investing money and resources for something that has relatively minor return on investment, and so on. So a lot of criteria, and this DigiLab process is still in place. In fact, even the Peter's task force is using it also to a similar process for a health data lab. So I'm quite proud of that achievement. Then maybe also importantly to say, and maybe sometimes underestimated, I understood from your side you have a top-down kind of incentive to go into creating a digital transformation. But I do think you need a digital acceleration leadership team, actually, so that staff that have to juggle a lot of different priorities actually feel from the highest the managerial level that they have the support to engage in those. And I think that's been quite a good learning from our side as well. I think the previous panel was touching, it was very interesting to hear of the many initiatives, but the Bridge AI, when she mentioned data literacy, also one of the challenges that we identified is that you can have business identifying needs, but if you want to create solutions, they need a level of literacy. So we immediately also started in parallel to work on a digital academy, what we have coined like Digital Academy. And I will come back on this in terms of exactly how it operates. And then further down the line, you can see, of course, we needed to have infrastructures, a data analytics platform from an IT perspective that actually is a scale-up from something that we set up in my task force first, at smaller scale. But if you want to really have it operating at agency level, you need to have it scaled up. So all of this very much a precursor to what I believe similar journeys at NCA level. We've just heard one, but I think across the EU, I think there is many national competent authorities facing a similar journey. And I think all that experience jointly somehow allowed us to create a multi-annual work plan back in December 23. And I will use that one very much as a basis of my talk. So with this background in mind, I'd like us to have a look at the multi-annual work plan itself. It's designed to turn a bold vision into action, I would say. I don't know, it's a busy slide and maybe not so easily readable, but I think important is that it has 4 interconnected streams. One is guidance, policy and product support, tools and technology, collaboration and change management, and experimentation. Collectively, all 4 streams, they contribute, of course, to animal and public health in 3 different ways, I would say. One would be to ensure that you have clear regulatory path for drug development, so whenever AI is used in the life cycle. The second one would be the one that I was mentioning earlier on, increasing efficiency of regulatory procedures. And then, of course, the third one is more in relation to improving quality of decision-making in relation to benefit risk of drugs. I will put those into context. Yes, and I would like to start by referring to the exponential advances in science and technology and how we as a regulator need to be on top of how AI is transforming both science, data, and patient-centric care. Most notably, and I think we had a fantastic list by the colleague from Health AI in the previous session, so I don't need to go into much detail, but I think you have AI in precision medicine, you have AI enabling big data analytics, and you have increasingly also AI-powered patient-centric solutions, so just to name a few. Now, if we look at the first stream in the AI work plan, so in relation to guidance, policy, and product support, I think you can see, of course, that stream is all about being able to support product development and submission through advice to companies or academics or small and medium enterprises through guidance on AI. And I want to say we've only created that work plan in December 23, but there are already 2 important guidances out that you all can consult whenever you're planning to use AI across the life cycle of your product. Now, linked to the third bullet, which was referring to an AI observatory or the creation of an AI observatory, I can say very much in line with the patent slide that we saw earlier, that we really see a growing interest in 2024 about companies wanting to discuss potential uses of AI across the different stages of development and different purposes as well. And of course, we have many entry points at EMA in collaboration with the network to having those discussions. I've just flagged a few: Innovation Task Force, qualification of methodologies, scientific advice. They are very well known to most of you. A new kid on the block, though, is the Quality Innovation Group. I think that's quite interesting because you see now increasingly also the use of AI in manufacturing, process monitoring and control, but also automated visual inspections, just to name 2 that I think you can relate to. That group has a specific interest in discussing with you any of those. The next big chapter, I would say, is to use those novel technology for regulatory purposes and how we could efficiently actually unlock the power of knowledge mining and analytics to overall increase human productivity, which I mentioned before, and allowing, very importantly, the scientific resources in the agency to focus on what matters as opposed to handling bureaucratic processes. So that brings me to the second stream of the AI multi-annual work plan, which is about tools and technologies. I don't think you will be surprised that, of course, we need to ensure that we have robust technologies made available to the network so that as to enable the deployment of AI-powered applications and that they are in full compliance with data protection requirements which we were referred to before. One example that I'd like to mention in the concrete is that we rolled out a series of knowledge mining tools and related chatbots as personal assistant, and I'd like to illustrate just a few to make it more tangible. The one that made the headline, I would say, and within the EU network is what we refer to as the Scientific Explorer. It's a knowledge mining tool that actually interrogates scientific advice documents and actually in a very advanced and augmented way, and it is so much a support to people that are dealing with the scientific advices that we can see every month before a scientific advice working party meeting that the usage and the consultation of this tool. So it also shows very well to retrieve relevant information on historical advices given or anything else in support of a more solid decision making, I would say. Another one which is developed in my area, but still very relevant on a productivity point of view, is what I've referred here as speech-to-text and speech-to-speech. I think most of you, and certainly the colleagues in Infarmed, we are very familiar with the number of experts that fly in and out of the EMA to various working parties and groups. And all these meetings and minutes could be generated or even translated using this speech-to-text and speech-to-speech tool. In terms of public hearings as well would be very nice, or even patient, if we have referrals and you have public consultations with patients, very often it's the Anglophone speaking patients that actually make the best case, but in fact it's a little bit introducing a bias, so a tool like this makes it immediately accessible and you can actually have a more inclusive public hearings. The third one is relatively classic. I think ultimately what you want as a regulator is to be able to find information, relevant information to your problem very fast. So that tool is exactly that. It's about product information, but it's a similar idea. So that brings me then to experimentation. So what the idea here, of course, is that we are actually sharing a number of tools, or at least the development of tools across the network. So far, the actions that you mentioned there about an experimentation first work plan, we haven't done that yet. We are at the stage where we are sharing experiments, but we are not designing yet something that is helping the entire network at once. Similarly, with the research priorities, the roadmap for research priorities, I don't know, for those of you that actually logged into our workshop on 5th of November, it was part of the debate to identify with stakeholders appropriate research questions, but it requires probably a few more iterations. Here, a slide where I can show you the different AI experimentations that are occurring across the network. You see a number of member states. I know Karl Broich was on the panel earlier and has been also illustrating a number of examples. I won't go into the detail because there are different tools. Some are more about data crunching for scientific purposes, but a big part of them are actually about productivity, retrieving information, processing information, and so on. Maybe of interest, I don't know who, I know MPA has been very much developing tools that they even make available to the network. And I'm actually wondering if that should not be something that we are debating further as to a better way than having every single agency developing individual solutions, right? final chapter of my presentation is about building the digital foundations for an AI-driven world, and specifically how we support digital literacy, which is critical. I can say for sure from the experience we had, you need the right mindset and you need to have the right skills. So here, clear reference to the European Network Training Center is one of my babies. It's 10-year-old. I created it 10 years ago with Christa Wirtumer, who you gave a speech at the 10th anniversary, which was very much appreciated. Just on the next slide. Yeah, so the last part is what we call collaboration and change management. I think all the activities I was mentioning of EUNTC and so on are referred there, but it also includes very much the need for stakeholder and international stakeholder engagement as well, which I think was mentioned also by you, Tiago. Here is just an overview, well, not an overview, it's a sample, if you like, of different courses on display through the Network Training Center. All of you at Infarmed have access. We've also developed recently an EUNTC portal, because the LMS is a bit of a legacy system, a bit not so easy to access, but through the portal you immediately know what is available and you can subscribe to courses and so on. Then maybe something that we have created very recently and initially for internal purpose was to develop short, bite-sized micro-learnings, 30-minute trainings on specific topics. You see a number of them listed on the slide that are very accessible and in a pleasant way. We use staff from the MA to produce. I don't know if you recognize Luis Pinheiro, who is very much involved. So so done by staff of EMA, producing eloquent presentations in this respect. And maybe just for you also interesting, the last one, which I have not even managed to add on the slide, is about prompt engineering. So small course on prompt engineering. Again, accessible to everybody of Infarmed in case you are not familiar with this. And that brings me to the last slide. And that one is about collaboration. And more importantly, the need to widen the collaboration horizon if we really want to harness the power of AI, to include EU regulatory authorities, but I think largely that is in place. Increasingly EU agencies, so the EU agency network, so EFSA and other EU agencies, we are also having stronger and stronger collaboration. In fact, EMA is now chairing the EUAN community as a result of our heavy investments. Then academics, patient and healthcare professional. At international level, we have quite some good collaborations going with FDA, obviously, which is quite critical if you want to have international reliance, if you like, going forward. So this will require building an EU regulatory space that is fit for the digital age, and maybe we can discuss if NPL is the opportunity. And we should design it in such a way that it projects Europe to be spearheading, if I can say, at the global level, and to build it in such a way that we leave no one behind. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Zaid. Agora passaria então a palavra ao Dr.
I'll give the floor right now to Xavier Barreto. He was one of my colleagues during the pandemic. We used to work together in Hospital São João. So Xavier Barreto has a training in pharmaceutical sciences, also in hospital administration, and he is also a researcher. He's an expert on lean production, and he is at present the director of the outpatient unit at the Hospital of São João. He's also the president of the Portuguese Association of Hospital Managers, Administrators. The floor is yours. Good afternoon, everyone. Of course, I would like to thank for the invitation by Infarmed. I would like to greet Ruivo. And in my presentation, I tried to talk about the management part and to try to understand that each transformation is depending on data. And if we are supplying the data, that we need to make that reform. For those who are not Portuguese, let me tell you that last year our Health National Service was changed, and there was a merging of the primary health care and hospital care. So we have no longer two separate services. We just have one unit managing all the health of a certain region. That had consequences. For example, the financing of hospitals, it's not by production. We no longer receive by surgery, by treatment, and we get a fixed value by each patient. So I work at the hospital of São João. If we have 400,000 people living over there, we get an amount per each patient. And those are the average costs of their citizen in the previous year. So this is the global idea. This reform has a series of consequences. So we started to pay per capitation, and we must know the patients who live in our region, what diseases they have, what consumption. So do we know this or not? We must do the clinical integration. So 90% is by clinical integration. Then we have the rules and regulations, but the most important is the clinical integration, and it's dependent on data, on information about our patients. We need to give priority. We have a huge scarcity of many areas, but the health. So we have 1,600,000 Portuguese people without a GP, so we should give priority to those people, mainly in the region of Lisbon and the Tagus Valley. But because we don't have any data about our patients, we are not able to do that. And so we know that we have in our lists young people with no morbidities and that who would not need a GP, and we have others with diseases that do not have GP. And so when we talk about this reform, we have to talk about data that support that reform, and we don't have them. The same for the promotion of health. If you want to focus on specific programs to change things, to avoid going to the emergency room, if we want to be more efficient, to compare medicine in a best way, and that information, we are able to know what patients are taking what drugs, sometimes in a non-structured way, as a clinical diary, but we are not able to extract that information in a systematic way to associate that to other situations and draw conclusions. So we should choose better the medicine in order to buy better. And that information is in our databases, but we are not able to get it. The same goes for operations management. So we operate as blind people, with an exception where we're trying to overcome that paradigm and using real data. So when we talk about care integration, we talk about this. This is something from Karolinska. It's a table with people around it. So the several physicians, the patient, the manager, the nurses, the pharmacist, all around this table to think about the pathway based on data. So what is best for that patient? What are the preferences of my patient? This is what they do to define the pathway. So they are analyzing the needs of the patient, and they think about a pathway with a certain group of people that have quality information about this. And the expected output will be this. This is the pathway, the clinical pathway of our patient, the ideal pathway for our patient, and incorporating the preferences of our patient. And so we need to improve the use of data. So the AI is very relevant for us. And it's also disruptive, also in the clinical rendering. It can help the physician to make faster, more accurate diagnosis. But I would say that before that, we have a huge set of data that we can use in a more simple way with models not as complex. And we are not doing that. We need to have quality information for our patient. A patient, when he goes to the physician, to the health unit in my area, he can request the physician to be sent over to a hospital, a specific hospital, with a suspicion, for instance, of a breast cancer. So, what is the hospital with the best results? And he doesn't know that, she doesn't know that. So, it's a blind choice. And that information is in our databases of all the Portuguese hospitals. The physician at the moment of the diagnosis, the managers themselves. And I will show you an example how you can predict. We did that during the pandemic. But the hospital of São João used a specific tool to predict the demand of COVID patients next week. And I think that was very important because it created a moment so that we together could know what we were going to do next week. So to have the information, being able to predict, to foresee based on patterns, to predict what will happen next week in order to allocate resources. If we know that today, that next week is going to be very cold and some viruses are starting to circulate, and we should, in hospitals, we should have a tool that would tell us, be careful because you will have an increase of 50% of patients complaining about the flu or something like that. But this is not done, even though I insist that information exists. So we need more tools to support our decision-making process. I have some critical factors, which are the classics. We need to use the information, but to collect more information from the patients. Results reported by the patients. We need to give training to our teams. We need to reflect to what we are going to do to the paper because Hospital of São João is digitalizing all the information. It involves a lot of people, a lot of work, and when a new patient gets in touch with us in an emergency room and the physician asks for his or her information, it does not get to me on paper. So it's already digitalized. So it's digital. And in a few years, paper will disappear. Let me give you, I don't know about my time, But I will give you another example of things that we are doing in the hospital of São João. So a few years ago, it created a big data warehouse, a central data warehouse or storing unit. And we created a data structure. And so we have a BI system. So quality, coding, production, pharmacy. So they download in a big database. And from this structure, we are able to create new things. One of them was this one for the outpatient unit. It's a report that allows me to know in real time how many patients will get to the appointment. So how many patients missed their appointment? So many information. It allows me to look back at this map with the green and the red to see, based on registries, and to see if the physician was or wasn't in the office, if he used the slots. So it allows me to measure the productivity of that physician, and it allows me to look at the future and to see how many empty spaces to give them to services that need them. During the COVID, it was based on this data structure that this tool of forecast was developed. So on a weekly basis, we predicted how many cases of COVID we would have. We knew that there was a percentage of patients, so we started to predict how many beds we would need and how many human resources we would need for this intense care unit. So we had no overload situation, and you can confirm this. And so something which was surprising had this explanation. And of course, the leadership, the involvement of people, the governance model, and so, but the tools also helped. And more recently, we are evolving to a more advanced system, which is the reading of non-structured data. So the doctor writes in the clinical process data about the patient in a non-structured way, and what is being developed, and it is being already used, is a text mining. So it's the use of text mining which reads and it identifies words, and it will gather, and based on this tree, it will create an engine with the help of an engine which was created specifically for this, which will allow our emergency room doctors, whenever the patient goes to the emergency room, and it's a patient who is a known of the team, and it's sometimes a patient who gets to the emergency room unconscious. So we are able to read the 50 texts written about this patient and present a summary of the clinical information of this patient in a cloud of words. So it identifies the main problems or drugs or the main events in the pathway of the patient, which allows the physician to find out if it's a diabetic patient, if the patient had already a hypoglycemic crisis. Of course, we could see this in a very quick way. It is able to consult registries in a very fast way as well. Another system which was developed very recently, and maybe it's not very useful for the physicians, but it is for the managers, which is a click code, an automatic coding system. And so that used to be done by physicians. So the codifying physicians sitting down the whole day and recording the diagnosis and the comorbidities, etc., that creates a diagnosis. And that diagnosis then is used to bill the patients. And this click code allows to gather the relevant information. And so we had an undercoding, and because the physicians do not record everything in the clinical file. And so this kind of system does the text mining. It assumes data, and it completes this information from the physicians, from the release sheets, and we don't need any more coding doctors, coding physicians. It was a big advance, and of course, and a big increase in terms of financing. Now we are being paid by capitation, but it's important to know our patients, what are their diseases, their diagnoses, etc. And that was it, what I had to tell you. And the message that I wanted to convey to you is that the reform which is going through will not go well if we don't have the databases. And so we had no success up to this time because we had no information, and if we don't develop, if we don't use in a better way our information, I don't expect to have better results. And we have no one from the government here, but the government should give a bigger opportunity or priority to all this, because our health system needs a reinforcement concerning this agenda. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigado, Dr. Xavier Barreto. Acho que todos.
Thank you. I think we all recognize the importance that the importance of the experience that you shared. Mentioned to some extent to previous speaker. Now I will give the floor to José Bordinha, a full professor at the Higher Technical Institute at the University of Lisbon. He's part of IT lab of INESC, where he's coordinating the digital transformation of society working group. He also worked in public administration and at the UN. He has been a consultant and an assessor of FCT and other agencies from European countries. He also played a relevant role at IDMO in mathematics, the European portal, and biodata.pt. I think I was able to mention some of your major achievements. You have the floor, Professor. It is a great pleasure to be here. So when we get to a certain age, we have a lot of gray hair, and I thought I was a computer scientist speaking to pharmacists or pharmaceutical experts, but I think this is basically a computer science conference. And one of the things that I teach is managing IT systems. And I'm very happy about this. We had some prior coordination, but I think that what I'm going to address really complements what I've said so far. I'm an electrotechnical engineer. At the time that I did my degree, there was no computer science degree, but then I got several specializations. And so what brings me here is that biodata.pt initiative. I'm not a computer engineer, but you could say I speak on behalf of them. I am married to a physician. I have a son who is studying to be a biologist. So I will start with the first part that has to do with something that we're doing in our research group. Has some national and international relevance, and a second, more provocative part. So the first part has to do with genomic data, the genome. We talked about AI, personalized medicine, and so for all of this we need precisely data. Otherwise it won't work. So data come from people digitizing, pressing keys on a computer, but also comes from us. It's basically ourselves digitized. So it's all of the omics, in this case genomic. So we created the biodata structure. We took advantage of funding from the Minister of Science. Well, many of the things of science were to be transferred from paper to the computer. At the time it was called e-science and other things. But there was already that vision that we needed machines, that we needed infrastructure. And if we want to sequence the human genome, we need 1 terabyte. If we think about digitized books and the amount that is huge. So to sequence everyone's genome, everyone that is here, we would need a lot of processing power. So at the time we were quite humble and were focused on plants. And you see from our partners, they came to talk to us, INESC. There was a very important community devoted to the study of plants, and this evolved naturally. We're associated to ELIXA, that is a major European network of bioinformatics computer science. But we have gone beyond plants. And at the time, they had been compiling data on a cork oak tree for a long, long time. This also to show you that there is here the time dimension. We tend to forget how important it is. And I have a surprise for Dr. Xavier. But moving on, around 2 years ago, there was a European initiative, a genomic initiative, so the federated EGA. So we're talking about a computational structure to collect, process, and share data. And then another European initiative emerged. This EGA was separated from the EU, but then we had a project that was similar but a bit different from the EU. It was coordinated by ELIXA. So we're talking about different things, but that follow the same principles. So we participated in both. So we have computers side by side, some with one thing, others with another. We have here things happening alongside, because sometimes decisions are made at a certain point. But of course, we need to balance everything. But it's an ongoing process. But these things complement each other. Then we had the Genome of Europe project to complement the others. So it's not just about how we store genomic data, how we analyze it, and how we collect it, of course. So this is initiative. And not forgetting that this started with initiative in which the National Institute, Ricardo Jorge represented Portugal, then the EGA, and also the University of Aveiro, as well as the institute I just mentioned. And so for the Genome of Europe was biodata.pt and INSA, so the Ricardo Jorge National Institute. So we have different types of infrastructure, but still contributing to capacity building. And in terms of the federal EGA, we have parallel infrastructures throughout several universities, but it's more flexible. It's more for universities, saying if I have genomic data and if there is a research project that would like to use it, of course, that all privacy issues and data protection issues are contemplated. And then the other project is more for medicine at a personalized level. And there it's more complicated to exchange data, issues once again of privacy and data protection. But the idea is to provide services. For example, if São João Hospital says, oh, we have a patient with this disorder, this condition, well, can you tell me anything about this disorder? And in a distributed network, we maybe can find this. Of course, that data analysis can be extremely complex. We're talking about high volumes, and we often need computers that are set up in a very specific way. So the basis, we could say, is the same for the federated EGA and the GDI, but with different purposes. And here there's something interesting that's been emerging. For example, if I have to provide data, but I need to anonymize. To anonymize a genome is very complex. But then a concept that is now being explored emerged, the synthetic genomes. For example, if I want to understand how can I analyze an example of a genome from the south of Portugal, someone who smokes, I can produce a synthetic genome and say, it's here. And there will be no private information. And of course, that if as knowledge changes and is updated, you need to update this. There's also an interesting project in terms of the health space, TEDS2, and the shared services of our Ministry of Health. It's trying to standardize the legislation so that we can exchange this information. Because there's an entire legal framework that has been also mentioned. So we're part of some recent debates. We started seeing an interesting of using this information in terms of pharmacogenetics, pharmacogenomics. And so we had several debates around this. So this is what the research group does, is decision-making support systems with 6 full professors from the Higher Technical Institute. We use our expertise to help this community of biocomputer science. In our lab, we work as a network. So when we talk about using technology to do things, it's not new. NASA had something exploding in its face in terms of how assessing technology for purpose. If somebody knocks on our door saying, I have a solution for this or for that, how can I access? They created something very simple, technology readiness levels, and it is widely used to assess technology. I also like this graph by Gartner. So the hype cycle for emerging technology, 2024. They produce several of these graphs for different things. I don't have it for health, just for emerging technologies. Because when they talk about health, they also talk about more about the American market. And there is another one also, not just focusing on medicine, but health. But there are some interesting things to debate here. Now, taking a step back. Not a lot of people know about all of this information. This is a screenshot that I took this morning. The different steps and projects, the different spaces and projects. And we have, for example, the Common European Data Space for Cultural Heritage. And even before the EU had this concept of data spaces, we already had things being set up. And UNESCO ID collected information precisely for this cultural heritage space. It's essentially the same thing, but here instead of genomics, was a description of heritage. But in some cases, the technology is the same, the principles, interoperability, and so on. And now, the real challenge. Digital preservation is one of my favorite areas. How is it that everything that we are producing as information and be it a month from now, 100,000 years from now, how will it be accessible? This is a very complicated problem. It may seem simple, but it isn't. We have digital devices now for quite some time, and we know that things have changed. We no longer keep those physical photo albums. We look at our smartphone, we have all of this information. How can we protect this for the future? Now, if we think of this on steroids for organizations, well, even there are horror stories about this, even from Hollywood, of movies that were made in digital format. And even before we had the HD technology, then when it came, the studio said, well, we need to reformat these films to be broadcast in HD TVs, and they had an ugly surprise. Well, we have the files, but we cannot use them. And I can personally tell you many stories, be it films like Toy Story, Finding Nemo, and so on. But other things also happened. One of the main technology websites that we like to use, they did something interesting. It's over 20 years old. It's kind of a blog of a newsletter when it comes to the evolution of technology. And they realized that they had so much information on their website that when people did a search on Google, it had more results on Google from information that was older or was 20 years older than recent information. So they had to delete information. But there are initiatives, digital archives. And in Europe, the Commission pays several people, me included, to take care of this problem. There is the e-archiving initiative. It was the European building blocks previously. A network of experts helping with digital preservation issues. It's the help desk, and we can precisely help. And in Portugal, the first organization that we helped was the São João Hospital in Porto, and that's precisely the surprise. They have a paper archive, and they said they want to digitize. Everything. And they worked with a company from the north of Portugal, and they were the ones who said, well, we have this case, and we gave them some tips. So it's more to say, well, if I have here the clinical files of someone who hasn't been in this hospital for 20 years now, I want to digitize, but what's the best practice? And maybe Infarmed could be thinking about a digital preservation project. But it is a first level concern. At Lisbon City Hall is starting this huge project. The Ministry of Justice and all of these guidelines will be taken into account. In terms of the hype cycle for emerging technologies, not focusing on anything specific, but identified 3 here that may be important for Infarmed. I'm not explaining the graph, but we don't have much time. So digital twins is, well, I can take something from real life, and if I have enough information and data on that, I can create a digital twin of that for a computer, and then I'll use it for several things, for good and bad. There is from a customer standpoint, companies that have this technology and have these digital twins of their customers. Let's hope they don't have my genome, but they do have my genome as a customer. So they can use that with or without GDPR. So it might reach a point where Infarmed says, with genomic pharmacology, we can advise individually in a personalized way for people who have a certain genetic profile. So this is the digital twin technology. It's not the twin of someone specific, but of a Portuguese man who has certain characteristics. Then, misinformation is a major concern, but we expect in the next 2 to 5 years there will be technology to fight this. We'll still have to wait 2 to 5 years. And I'm horrified, for example, when I hear that people order medicine online. So when it comes to medicine, this is an irrelevant issue. Then we have machine customers, something that supposedly already exists, but 10 years from now it will be quite real. So we will have a representation of ourselves, our digital twins. It can be of a company or a person, and will act under my directions. It will search Google. It will buy on Amazon representing him, but it's a machine. It's not me. This type of technology is being developed, believe it or not. And this idea that 10 years from now, it will be common. What does this mean for Infarmed? Is not to launch Infarmed machines online, but is the other side. It might be a strategy saying that we need to be ready to this to talk to these machines. So Infarmed has a website, and through the browser you click on that. But here you have kind of a parallel web, and websites will be prepared and set up for these machines. So machines will be talking amongst themselves. So there will be an Infarmed site for people and another one for machines. So this is the technology that is being developed. And finally, and this was about me thinking, what can I explain to this audience? What can be relevant? But there is something that you probably know. You have on your smartphones your app for your digital signature, the ID upon .gov.pt. It's quite useful. And I remember asking Fatima Fonseca, she was the Secretary of State, and why can't we combine these things? Well, actually, it's being debated at European level. This was 5 years ago. And this emerged last year. That is the digital wallet. So there is this European initiative with all member states committed. that will bring a new regulatory and technical framework. It has to do with our ID, our citizens card, and the security associated to it. It will be that on steroids. So the authentication and the ID, all of those concepts, and say what is it that all of this has in common? Well, all includes the identification, be it formal national identification, driver's license. So the issue of identity here is essential. That cannot be left up to Google or Microsoft. Something very formal has to be up to the state. But we don't want to condition the use. So what's the idea? So imagine that you have an app on your phone and you can do what you do with the government authentication or ID Gov authentication. So you will have all of our attributes. So imagine a world in the future where everything is digitized and the company has my twins. Let's hope it doesn't happen without me knowing it. So, by law, for example, the supermarket Continent will have to say if they have a twin of mine, a digital twin. Or the Ministry of Health, or so on. So, all of this information should be interoperable. So, I have my digital wallet. Even if I'm at the beach and I receive a notification saying, well, there's a company that wants your DNA to study it and so on and so most, and they're willing to pay. Well, you can imagine everything else. And I digress. And this is what I wanted to share. Thank you.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you. I would like to have a set of digital twins to know what you are going to say next. I would like to thank you. I hope if I had a digital twin, I could have rehearsed with mine. So you were able to condensate a flop of information in your presentation. Is it correct? Is that right? And how many books would be a flop? I don't know. I don't know for sure. So, Patrício, master in molecular genetics with a PhD in health science. She has over 30 articles published in journals, and she is the editor of a magazine. She is an assessor of projects of the European Commission, and since January 2020 she integrates of Health Cluster of Portugal, and she's Director of Innovation. Thank you, and I would like to thank Infarmed for this nice invitation to be here today. And I have the task of keeping you attentive for 10 minutes more. Many of the things that I'm going to present were already mentioned and were already discussed. I will start by making a very brief presentation. And so I'm going to make a presentation of a health cluster Portugal. So we are a competitiveness cluster of health in Portugal. We are an association, non-profit private organization with over 230 associates or members, public hospitals, private hospitals, companies, patients' associations, or any organization that is part of the value chain of health. And what do we do? As cluster of competitiveness in health, we are focused on promoting this competitiveness of the sector. And this only makes sense if we join these different stakeholders at the same table to discuss what are the opportunities, the challenges of the ecosystem, and to find joint solutions. So we gather hospitals, universities, research institutes, companies, so that they can talk about their expertise and to develop solutions. Some years ago, Health Cluster Portugal made a reflection and defined a set of strategic agendas, and you can see them here in this slide, very aligned with the subjects of this panel, which are innovation, so a faster collaboration, and R&D translation, the internationalization, promoting the national ecosystem, and aligning with European initiatives. And then the digitalization and the data. So it's about accelerating the expansion of the digital ecosystem and to foster data share and use. So to apply that knowledge to practice. At IHCP, we enjoy looking at health as a motor, an engine of the economic and social development of the country. So when we talk about our activity, we enjoy showing some figures of that economic and social impact of the health sector in Portugal. So in this graph, we have exactly that. So figures from 2018 on. And so we have data from 2022, which are the most recent ones. So the workers of the health sector is 9% of what is the whole workforce at the national level. Besides, we have over 100,000 companies in this field working, and we still have an added value which corresponds to 6% of the GDP, with a number of exports which has been increasing in the last years and which is due to the pharmaceuticals and with huge references, very important references in our country. But this is also one of the sides of health that we work. So the health systems are under pressure, and they need measures and solutions that have to be fast. And so we have an aging population, as it was said before, throughout the day, and this is a conquest of mankind, so a population who lives longer. Maybe we are not living very well, mainly in the elderly people, but this leads us to chronic disease. So there's an increased prevalence of chronic conditions. There's a shortage of healthcare professionals and increasing healthcare costs, of course. So we have another problem, which you all know, which is a shortage of healthcare professionals, as I was saying before, because there's this aging of the population, and many of them are at a retirement age. And in the theme of the pandemic, there was an exhaustion from those people who accelerated that moment to retire. And so why do I make this framing? And I think that we all agree is that digital innovation can be an accelerator and a promoter of some responses for these challenges that I've just listed, whether it is in the prevention, in the promotion of health, in the management of the disease, in the so in the loss of some resources, and this streamlining of the operations in our institutions, and somehow the humanization of care, and because we are giving more time to our professionals, to if we have well implemented innovation so that they can take care of their patients, of the citizens. And so we are talking about a technological problem. We are talking about issues more related to people, to the adoption of technology, to trust, to privacy, and to the security of the things that we are implementing. And I make this framing because it's in this transition, the promotion of digital innovation that we've been working on, and those are the projects I wanted to show to you today. One of the projects is called Digital Innovation Hub, coordinated by HCP and with more partners. So it's a one-stop shop for the digital transition. We are talking about the development of a set of services, support services to the companies in training, in capacity building, in and also giving the possibility to companies to test their solutions in a lab environment, in controlled conditions, before investing and going to the next phase. And then in the support of companies as far as looking for a further investment for these initiatives. So it's a project that started in 2021 with an European call, and we are a digital innovation hub which is acknowledged, and we are part of a network of digital innovation hubs, and so it was necessary to have a digital innovation hub dedicated to health. And that's what we did, and we have been learning from our partners regarding the needs of the ecosystem, and we have been trying to align our initiatives in that sense. So in similar logics, we are also involved in another European project, which is the testing and experimentation facilities. This is a project led by Berlin, which involves 9 European countries for testing experimentation facilities in Europe. So one per each area, which was identified by the Commission as a key area to be worked. We are talking about the agro-food, the smart cities, health, and manufacture. And so we are part of this consortium. And in Portugal, it is led by the LS of Coimbra and the LS São João. So as partners in this facilitation of services of test and validation, whether they are virtual or physical, and to accelerate this introduction in the market and the use by the final consumers, by the final users of these solutions. Associated to these services of testing and experimentation, we have support services in the field of ethics, regulation, and development of business. And here, HCP plays a very important role, with a particular focus on the financing models and payment models of these new solutions that in many cases don't have a history, and we have to think about them and how will they get to our health systems. Well, about to finish my presentation, I would like to talk to you about another innovation project that we coordinate together with Prologica, a Portuguese company. So it's called Health from Portugal, Recovery and Resilience Plan. And so it's an integrated response to the health sector challenges. So we talked to several stakeholders and organizations of health in Portugal to identify what would be actions of priority in our country to develop our country. And when this opportunity came up, so based on a set of initiatives, and in this document, we were able to aggregate the sector very easily and to develop a project that could be aggregating. It includes over 80 partners with 90 million euros of investment to create a lot of products. So we have 4 big pillars. One of them is smart health, so innovating solutions, data-based and technology-based, centered on the patient. We also have healthcare, smart healthcare, with very specific projects, with the alignment of frameworks, but also technology which allows for the introduction of these practices in our country. Obviously, with an exports vision of these solutions. Then we have an area where we are working our capacity building of our country to position Portugal as a strategic partner in clinical research. It's been an area which has been improving throughout the years, but still needs some effort. And so it was. We are also working on this area, and we are also developing data like health data. A data lake, which may receive data from several sources. From hospitals, from labs, from pharmacies, from several sources. And it's a project that comes up from an initiative, LACUS, from HCP, and we use this opportunity to develop it. And our expectation is that in the next years we can have a true data lake with health data, and that we can use the collected data and use them in favor of the citizen. for preventive medicine, for research, to improve the health as a whole. I would like to leave you with this note that the project is completely aligned and with the European initiatives. We have been working with other European clusters, so to promote a set of initiatives in which we identified not only of bottlenecks, but also solutions for an implementation which is as easy, as smooth as possible of the European data space. So we have several speeds, they are different. And in the scope of the EDA project that we were part of, we were responsible for this part of this joint action plan in order to identify challenges and to suggest alternatives and to create a diagnosis tool for several member states so that they can implement measures for this adoption, for this faster adoption. And finally, I believe that this is my last slide. This was an initiative which is occurring in the RPP, so it's the Health Business Portugal. It's a structure that we are creating within the health cluster that talks about the initiatives, the activities that we've been doing in the development to support the businesses of companies in Portugal. And the objective is, in fact, not to replace ourselves to the roles of the organizations, to the incubators, to the different stakeholders of the system, but to serve as aggregates, as the glue of these different institutions by aggregating this national capacity and these assets, as you can see in the slide. Our perception is, for a big company, it is quite easy. They have those skills already to take products to the market. But for the smaller companies, the ones that are most of our entrepreneurial tissue, it's very difficult to compose their roadmap and take their products to the market. There's a big difference between the projects developed in the academia and for others. But in fact, we want to work like that. The valorization of knowledge, to give support to the companies in this pathway and in the area of health, both from the regulatory perspective and, of course, you know much more about that than myself, but also the certification and everything that are the components of the market. So these are areas for which the ecosystem is not yet capacitated, and we must play a more active role. And all this to tell you that when we talk about innovation, there's a role that we want to play in this innovation cycle, and our companies as well, the effective needs of the patients, of the professionals, of the health institutions. And so, thank you for your attention.
Muito obrigado, doutora Patrícia.
Thank you. It's always very interesting to see the health cluster Portugal showing the excellence that we have in Portugal. I think we have some time for debate. Well, I've been indicated that yes. I would like to highlight some points that can fuel the debate. So there are two different aspects, but that interact and complement each other. Data and AI were two aspects that were mentioned, highly mentioned. And we see that's something in common. The adoption of new ways of analyzing, processing data, and storing even requires some changes, some capacity building, and the adoption also of new technologies, enabling precisely the analysis of data, but also supporting decision making, and also in terms of medical devices. And even in terms of understanding the new molecules that we can research. And Professor mentioned the digital twins and clinical trials. Even in the preclinical phase, there is now more and more the issue of using precisely something like that. And going back to what Tiago said, he talked about the digital transformation. We are changing what people do, how they live, and how they look at the reality in their lives. And that requires a certain effort because something is also happening in people. And so for all of these changes, we need trust, of course. And trust depends on having something that will ensure that the risks of all of these technologies is covered, and so that something beneficial is provided with the minimum risk. So, and indeed, to have trust, we need to have someone to help us build that trust. And here, regulators be in terms of data, computer science, from medicines, medical devices, everything here plays an essential role. I don't know if there are any questions from the audience. Otherwise, I have some questions. So I would start precisely with this issue of trust. So there are very specific topics here. How is it that a hospital manager, I'm looking at Dr. Xavier, with all of these professionals, how do you feel to make the decisions, knowing this need to ensure trust so that we do have these technologies adopted? I think, well, this is, of course, what we all try to do at Infarmed, EMA, and dealing with the integration of 27 different countries with several entities. And the professor has also participated in the adoption of these technologies at work and with other entities. And Patricia is promoting that precisely at all levels. I would start with Tiago. Very well. It is a great question. How can we create and inspire this trust? And to understand the role of regulatory entities. The concerns with security and cybersecurity have always been very dear to Infarmed. And back when we received paper dossiers, there was always a great concern with security, given how sensitive the information is. Confidential information, commercial information. So it's part of our core in our DNA. And before we start our work on digital transformation, we created a governance system to manage information, and we have someone who is responsible for cyber security. And this is related related to something that I was writing, is leading by example. And we are communicating this internally, but also externally, to show the work that we are doing, to have this consolidated, and then to also communicate that outside is important. We also need to establish some guarantees, and we need to be clear so that then we can show that we deliver on our commitments. I think that is also a way of building trust, very briefly. And I would just add that maybe we shouldn't have the dossiers in the basement because it floods.
If you got the question, I can...
I think I'll complement it maybe from a different angle, if I may. It's a very good question. I think if we go back to our Christmas tree and the different balls of legislation that we've added, which I quite like them at, I think every piece of legislation wanted to support a certain patient population, whether it's orphan drugs or pediatric population or specific technologies, ATMPs and so on. So every piece of legislation actually aims at targeting a new path in support of public and animal health. The thing, though, is that every piece of legislation generated silo structures in terms of data. And my feeling is that we really need to use now the new pharma legislation as the opportunity. It's a piece of legislation that overhauls 70% of all the legislations that we were referring to. And so if we are not using this opportunity to really digitally transform, I think we'll have to wait for the next 20 years. And coming back to the trust element, I do think the European patients are very well off in principle, but if you look in terms of availability and access in a timely manner, we notice that Europe gradually becomes slower vis-à-vis the world. So I really think this idea of using the opportunity of an NPL, new pharma legislation, to get that right as well. Thank you.
And you are feeling confident that it will be in the next few years?
Yeah, it's a call. I think these conferences are great because they bring together a lot of different parties. I do think there is opportunities to really push from the different angles. I found it fascinating, the inputs received from hospital, from academics, from researchers. You need to push for that piece of legislation to be used in the right way. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Xavier.
Dr. Xavier, I think that this issue of data and AI raises difficult issues. Well, I don't know if it's difficult. It's a challenge for regulation, and I don't think it's completely clear. Hospitals have their own structure, and regulation gives us a structure, as I said. I've had this debate with the health regulatory authority. There are apps that will be classified as medical devices, and so they will require proper assessment. when I implemented an app, we needed an opinion from those in charge for data processing. And if there are some countries that are launching apps to do the follow-up of chronic patients, I think that it's a great idea. We have a lot of chronic patients, and we can use algorithms to help monitor signaling when there is risk, and then how we regulate what's on the app, what are the limits. As soon as there is a red flag for that patient, when with a line of programming, I will change, of course, things with this coding. It is an issue for those who are going to pay for the app. They're going to commission the app. I don't know yet what is going to be the capacity to audit, to assess, and to say that a certain app complies with everything that is needed and is really in the best interest of the patients. We know exactly for medicines what we have to do, but still we know there are several cases that have been disastrous, things that did not go well. So, when it comes to apps, I'm not sure that we have the proper structure set up to avoid problems in the future. So, I think we need to work toward that. I don't think it should be an obstacle, but it is a huge challenge for entities like Infarmed. I would add that we already have some things like, for example, for diabetes management, is software that decides or may mean the life or death. And this morning we had an excellent keynote lecture from Professor Karl talking precisely about what is being done in Germany when it comes to apps. They have a specific program, and they have assessed over 100 apps. And with that, they can have co-payment. It's a different system from Portugal. Professor? Well, myself and computer experts are to blame for this. First, engineers started to do things and created the wonderful world of internet, and someone said, well, oops, now it's full of holes. Well, let's call security, and we started worrying about security. But for a long time, the mindset for engineering, not aeronautics, but at the start even of automotive engineering, safety wasn't always a major issue at the beginning for cars. So I think that with computers the same thing happened, but everything goes faster. And when we realize the issue of security, cybersecurity more specifically, is extremely important, I would say that historically it's very recent. And then we have the social component, the privacy, as a result of the exponential increase in use and so on. So we didn't have time to teach this to students. I would say that we are still trying to understand the best way to teach that to engineers. So, in many of the course units that we have, we already say to students, well, this is a concern that we have. We need to be worried about the issues of security. But it's going by so fast that it's difficult to give a diagnosis. The AI Act is an example. When it was enacted, it was already outdated. There was a design flaw. So there was an issue with form and content. And our American friends make fun of us and say without in California they tried to regulate what was the car engine instead of regulating pollution or so on. And they said, well, you're doing the same thing with that act. There is good things, but then difficult things. But we have a lot of things like this. Something that was a good surprise and that has worked, but it is what it is an ISO standard 27001. That is from the of those family of standards. Has to do with information security. It has had a very interesting impact. When I go to a company saying that they have that certification, it gives me that confidence.
So the game is still very complicated. For example, in the United States, it's common. Someone who wants to get a car insurance goes to an insurance company, and the company tells him, this is the cost of the insurance, but if you want to get this app on your phone and take on the responsibility that you use the app while you are driving, your insurance can decrease, can be less expensive. So it's complicated, and it won't get any easier. So it's only the beginning of a process which will be a snowball, which will get more and more complicated. So one thing we have to say is not to exaggerate as far as legislation is concerned. It's not about legislating, but we have to be very careful. I remember organizing conferences in '93 and say you cannot publish the list of participants. So there are things from the legislation point of view we know we must pay attention. From the technological point of view, the safety. And then when we say things in English, it's very hard because sometimes we are in English talking about safety and security, which are different. In Portuguese, they are not. Well, anyway, in plane industry, I always use this example of the two Boeings which fell down, which crashed, and hundreds of people have died. And many people don't think that have to do with artificial intelligence, but I do believe it is. That's automation. It's automation through a bug, and so in a plane of Boeing, the administrators of Boeing, for the first time, there was not enough engineers in Boeing. It was the first time that the president of Boeing was not an engineer, it was an MBA, and it had a technical flow, very complex. And then the planes crashed. And so a friend of mine who is a pilot, the Airbuses have these systems, have these behaviors. The pilots of Boeing did not have that training. And so it's a perfect example of things that can happen if we don't pay attention. So be careful, because the future is filled with traps. So there's no miracles for this. We have to pay attention. We have to have rational discussions. And remembering the graph that I showed you at the end of my presentation, there's something very important, which is the lack of information or disinformation. And so be careful, because behind the trees there are people who are waiting for an apple or something, or a coconut falls on top of somebody's head, and then they come up and say, "I told you so." So I do not blame the person who invented artificial intelligence, but it's complicated. We have to be careful. Well, sometimes it's good to hear, but I would say that the important people are not, the stakeholders are not distracted. Patricia. I think we all agree that technology and innovation won't stop. This will keep on happening, and we will have to perfect things just like we did in other technological areas. And you referred the example of Germany and the framework that they have. I think that's a very positive example, even though they had the problems of being pioneers. Some years ago, we did a similar project in order to identify those initiatives that were happening in Europe, to realize the negative and positive points, and suggest a framework for Portugal, because we have all the ingredients very well assembled, a regulatory entity, we have that ability. So we have all the ingredients, and we can benefit from the mistakes that other geographies, because they were pioneers, have made. And about the subject of professionals and trust, that would be a step ahead. So just like we have for medicine, the applications, the digital therapeutics, which are approved, validated, that the physicians can prescribe, and that gives them that trust, I think that it would be a step ahead where we are right now. And then there's a work of getting closer to the companies, to the organizations, that can be improved. I think that the innovation ecosystem, traditional, is very tech push, and so it gets to the professionals of health with a solution, with a ready solution, and they think that's the solution that will solve all the problems. But in fact, we know that there's a role of professionals that must be heard in a very early stage, which would accelerate many of the processes. And hospitals have been doing that many times because they are forced to do that and to look for partners for that development. But this could be more systematized. So I think that finally, the capacity building subject, the physicians of today do not have the same challenges than physicians from 20 years ago used to have. And so we already saw some initiatives on the field, but they must be replicated, and we must continue on that path.
So several challenges, but, well, very quickly, there is another aspect that I think will be very disruptive, the digital wallet. The modernization agency for the modernization of internal administration is working on that. But I do hope that all of public administration will follow suit. I think there is a lot of potential here, even in terms of security, data security. So we're really full of challenges. Thank you to all of you for this excellent debate. It's a pity we don't have more time. Thank you. Thank you to all of you for this interesting conversation. We're reaching almost the end of our day, and before that, we will show you a video that was not made by us, but our amazing team.
Muito bom dia a todas e a todos. Sejam muito bem-vindos à Conferência Anual do Infarmed 2024.
O Infarmed tem um papel central como regulador do medicamento. É consensual que a regulação é fundamental para a proteção da saúde pública e defesa do interesse público.
Uma salva de palmas para este trabalho.
A round of applause for this wonderful job, because it's a whole team's work. As we could see in these pictures, there was a message of the Minister of Health. Yesterday we had the State Secretary of Health. It was here yesterday, and it's here once again to close the work. And I would like to come from the stage together with the State Secretary, Carlos Imóveis and Erika Rodrigues Viegas. As far as I go, it was a pleasure to be here. Thank you for joining us in this intense work day. We still have a set of participants that stayed until the end. I would like, and before giving the floor, I would like to thank you on behalf of the Infarmed, your presence, not only yesterday, but today in the closing of our annual conference. I would like to thank all the people who were here during the day, the keynote speakers and the participants. But as you could see in the video, we had a full house. And so we had a very rich day of debate. And I would like to thank our colleagues coming from the agencies, from the Medicine Agency and other agencies. And we also have the agencies from the Netherlands. I believe our objective is to give an open discussion of the challenges that are in the regulatory area, looking into the future and giving a very wide perspective. And we were pleased with the results, but we are pleased because it's thanks to everyone who contributed and were here present. So a big thank you to all the colleagues from Infarmed who made it possible for us to have these two important days. And it's good to launch a new agenda with new initiatives. Once again, on behalf of the Infarmed, thank you very much. State Secretary, I'll give you the floor. And then once again, thank you very much.
Excelentíssimo Senhor Presidente do Infarmed, Dr. Rui.
Dear Chairman of Infarmed and other members of the board, dear guests, dear participants, it is a great honor to be here at the closing session of this annual conference devoted to the innovative future of medicines and health technology. I would like to greet and thank all the guest speakers and participants. Your contribution is essential to continue with this high level that the Infarmed has made us used to. We know that digital is revolutionizing everything. Digitization is essential to optimize developments, to monitor medicines and health technology. Infarmed has taken significant steps in this area with over 45 online services, including portals, databases, digital platforms like the system to manage clinical trials where we have centralized information. These advancements are essential to ensure efficiency, safety, and data accessibility, promoting better decision making. But this is just the start. The government is strongly committed to ensuring that the health system takes advantage of the technology innovation available. An example of that is the interoperability initiative between hospitals and health units, both in the private and public sectors. So to have access to information in real time, among other features. This is important for everyone and for all entities. We need to reinvent ourselves where we find a balance between what is desirable for users and what is financially feasible and technically available. Technology, nevertheless, can only create value if it can indeed improve the quality of services and processes. That's why we are focusing on the organizational skills that we need. We know that human resources are our most important and valuable asset. And the regulatory changes, especially in medicines, aim at modernizing regulatory systems to keep up with innovation, to ensure efficacy, safety, and accessibility. The symposium that was organized yesterday has shown the commitment of all professionals, healthcare professionals and Infarmed professionals to contribute to a swift process, something that has been gaining ground not just in Portugal but also at European level. As was debated, these strategies favor the integration of emerging technologies like AI and real-world data to strengthen the assessment and monitoring of medicinal products and medical devices. With more international harmonization and flexibility in process, we create opportunities to accelerate the access for patients so they can access innovative technologies, promote the competitiveness of the industry, and strengthen the sustainability of health systems. And the growing use of AI has been mentioned, and it's part of the agenda of EMA when it comes to all the cycle of the development of medicines. Within this innovative context, Infarmed participates in the Horizon Europe project that is focused on interoperability and accessibility to data just in Germany, Denmark, and Portugal, with a special focus on the use of real-world data. These projects contribute to a health system that is more efficient, allowing swift decision-making in benefit of patients. I would also like to highlight the importance of the European health data space to boost innovation and decision-making in health. Infarmed has an essential role to play here, and through the World Data Project coordinated by EMA, data from clinical trials, Portugal and the EU need to become more competitive when it comes to really attracting and conducting clinical trials. The EU Network Training Centre strengthens the skills of professionals when it comes to medicines and medical devices, with continuous training on several topics. This capacity building ensures that professionals are well prepared to face the challenges of technological developments, promoting more efficient regulation that is aligned with the needs of the population in the industry. Today, crucial topics were debated, requiring the engagement of all stakeholders so that we can have significant improvements in the health sector. Infarmed, with over 30 years of history, is an exemplary institution when it comes to responding to the challenges in the health sector, supported by excellent human resources and a history of credibility. And it's precisely that credibility in the innovation skills that have shown that it can adapt to new regulatory frameworks, boost digitization, and lead innovation initiatives that in fact promote public health. This conference was certainly enriching. It gave us new outlooks in terms of the future of medicines and health technology, and it showed that this is a very dynamic sector with a lot of opportunities to come. We count on everyone's commitment so that together we can have an integrated digital system that will respond in a swift manner to the needs of our citizens. Thank you. Well, so we end this closing session and have a good evening. Thank you so much.